In glorious sunshine with the best freak mayonnaise and beer known to man, we're at Spa for round 4 of the Blancpain Endurance Series, the 90th running of the Total 24 Hours of Spa. Last time we were at Paul Ricard, it was another thriller between McLaren and Bentley. ART Grand Prix had won at Monza, and the McLarens initially had the advantage, but there was a great battle behind as the Santa-Lock Audi had to fend off Bentley number 7. Eventually, the British car found a way through on the outside, and the Silverstone winning car was looking very competitive indeed. So too Mercedes, as the leaders wriggled their way past Ferraris. As normal, there were battles throughout the field as Ferrari, Bentley and Mercedes battled over second place, but up front it remained the ART Grand Prix McLaren that held sway. In the Bentley pit bunker there was optimism, and then the number 333 Ferrari hit problems. That went to the garage as the next round of routine pit stops took place. Bentley pitted first, chasing the sideways ART Grand Prix McLaren. Number 7 Bentley went back on track with the sole aim of bringing down the gap to the leader. That was achieved, a pass was made on the inside, and the Bentley took over the lead of the race. As day turned to night, the Bentley continued to lead up front. There was drama further back in the Pro-Am category though, as Aston Martin and Ferrari met in the middle. The MP Motorsport Aston turfing to AF Corsa Ferrari to one side. The last round of pit stops underway. It had been close on the track, it was even tighter in the pit lane. McLaren came out in front, Bentley back into the lead. Working their way through traffic, it was the British-built Bentley that managed to secure the race advantage, and once in front it started to edge away. Nervous faces in the Bentley garage were soon replaced by overjoyed faces. The checkered flag came out at the end of 3 hours of racing, with victory for the second race in a row to the Bentley Continental GT3. And Stephen Kane, Guy Smith and Andy Merrick yet again on the top of the podium. A feature of the 24 Hours of Spa is the annual parade into town. It's a chance for the fans to see all of the cars away from the track on the public roads. And once in town, there's always a huge army of people there to see them. There's the autograph session as well, driver interviews and the driver's briefing at the end of the day as well. And if you think GT cars look spectacular on track, they look even more spectacular making their way on the public roads into town. A huge crowd always turns out, and this year, in the sunshine, it was bigger than ever before. All the race cars parked in echelons, a chance for the fans to have a look at the cars, not only in the 24 hours, but some of the support races as well. The drivers busy signing autographs. And then there's the enormous process of taking all the drivers of 61 entries to the driver's briefing, where first of all they're welcomed by the series promoter Stefan Rattel, and then there's a chance to have a look at the famous winner's trophy, on which are engraved all the names of the previous winners, even going back to the 1920s. Shunted during Super Pole. This year he put the number 1 Audi on pole position. Tough opposition comes from number 2. That's got Le Mans winners Lothra, Fassler and Trellier behind the wheel of the car.
It's really nice to be here with my buddies, and in Spa I really like to be in Belgium. It's always a very good atmosphere here. We are in a great team.
It will be a big task for us. If you see already in the qualifying, it's like 25 cars really close to each other. So I think this will be completely different to Le Mans.
I think there's more pressure on us because we won Le Mans, and if we don't win here, we're the ones that lost this race. I know it's not easy, but I have my good mates here with me, a great team behind us. We try to approach the same way this race and have fun and be successful.
The Bentleys have been the revelation of the championship season. 2 race wins for the number 7 car. Number 8 has had the bad luck, but hopefully will go better on home soil for Jerome D'Ambrosio.
It's very exciting to be here in Spa. I mean, it's the first time that I drive a GT around Spa and the 24-hour race. The car it's great to drive. I mean, the balance of the car is quite neutral. We've always said it since the beginning of the season. Hopefully we're going to have a flawless race with not too many troubles on the car, and that should be good.
We've not seen much of Marc VDS racing this year in Blancpain, but the team is back with 2 cars, and local hero Maxime Martin is looking for a win.
We have a really good car, we have a really good team. The team has been really well prepared. We have a good partnership now with BMW Motorsport. For me, as a Belgian driver and in a Belgian team, to race here in Spa is just amazing. Looking forward for the race and trying to beat our competitors.
Last year's winning drivers, Max Goetz, Max Buch and Ben Schneider, have been split across 2 cars for this year. But they're back on track, and double winner Schneider is looking forward to another really fierce fight.
Our car, it's very, very strong. The reliability of the car is very, very good, and that means there's a good chance that our cars can finish the race. And if you finish the race with a strong driver lineup, you have the chance to be in top 5, and that is what we are aiming for. Audi is one of the strongest competitors here, but there are so many cars on the grid, so many good drivers. It's not only the Audis to beat, but if we beat them, I think we are pretty much in the front.
The weekend started badly for ART Grand Prix when Alvaro Parent shunted heavily at Pau on Thursday. He's been knocked about a bit. The car is being rebuilt.
I had a big crash, one of the biggest I've had, in my career. So it's not the way you want to start the weekend. I've got a small injury on my ankle. One of the ligaments is not great, so it's going to be a bit painful. But we're going to fight hard for the team, for McLaren, to get the car back up there where it belongs. I'm really looking forward to this one, and I think it's going to be a surprise, and that we're going to have a good race.
The Nissans are always cars to be reckoned with in Pro-Am, and for Alex Buncombe, he's trying to exercise a few demons from last year when he had his dramatic off at the top of Eau Rouge. Alex will be quick and leading Pro-Am at some stage for sure.
The hope for the race is really good. We've got a fast car underneath us. Great bunch of drivers in both cars. We'd like to go for the podium in class. At the end of the day, the car's fast enough. As we know, it's an extremely long race. Anything can happen. I want to put last year's fortunes completely behind me and, concentrate on this year.
There's an influx of Australians this year in the total 24 hours of Spa, and one of them is a true Australian hero, multiple Bathurst winner and V8 Supercars champion, Craig Lowndes, returning to Europe.
Been here before, back in 1997, so although I'm not a rookie, but been a long time. The circuit has changed a little bit. Obviously, they used to have the bus stopper in the back section, but the rest of the circuit is very familiar for me, and of course now driving the Ferrari, which is the first time we've been to this track with this car, and getting our head around it and understanding it. It'd be nice to be on the podium with an outright winner. I know the guys that I'm driving with are have been here before, but of course I've never done a 24-hour, so that's going to be something new for me. But of course these guys are being fantastic and trying to help me out as much as we can.
I know GT Grid would be complete without Aston Martins, and one of the quickest is the Beechdene car on pole position last year, and again looking for honours in Pro-Am.
It's full on this year. We've got 4 Pro-Am cars, we've got a Pro car next door, motor base, so we're going all out in all categories to try and obviously have success. It's good fun, it's a massive team effort, especially on a 24-hour race. We all have to work together and help each other. This circuit's so hard on the car and drivers and the team, but I think we've got the key ingredients to have a good race.
Welcome to Spa, welcome to the 90th running of the Total 24. It's 3 races in one, not just because of the classes, but because you score points in this race at the 6-hour mark, the 12-hour mark, and indeed, of course, at the very end. After 24 gruelling hours around here, normally we start whinging about the weather and how wet it is and how cold it is. Well, the weekend has had the odd spot of rain, but it has been baking hot, glorious sunshine, real sunburn weather. And if it's going to stay like that for 24 hours, then everybody is going to really suffer, because it's going to be hot inside the car. It's going to be hard work for the mechanics in the pit lane in the heat. The fans love it, but it would be quite nice if the temperature dropped a little bit. There is, as ever, the threat of some thunderstorms and some rain. We'll see what pans out between now and 4 o'clock tomorrow. Let's go to the grid. This is David Addison. Ben Constantiouris will be in the pits. John Watson is on the grid for us already, and he is with the pole man, Laurens Vanthoor.
Laurens Vanthoor, superb pole position, but it's a screaming hot day.
Yeah, it's pretty hot. Luckily we installed an air conditioning this weekend, so it's a bit cooler, but for sure we will sweat quite a bit.
This is going to be a very, very competitive race, probably the most competitive I can remember.
For me, it's this moment the biggest GT race in the world, for sure. And I think there are at least 15 cars who can win this race. And we will have to work hard and try to make no mistakes. That's the only solution to try and beat them, I think.
And your teammates behind you, are they going to act as the hair to your tortoise or tortoise to your hair?
I don't know exactly what that means in English, but for sure, as teammates, I think I cannot wish any quicker drivers on an Audi R8 than them. So. That's already one thing which we don't have to worry about.
Last year you qualified about 20th or further back. Suddenly Audi have come forward in terms of performance.
Yeah, we've got a small release on the BOP. We improved the car a bit compared to last year, and qualifying was just spot on. So things came better in place, but yeah, nevertheless, you know, one pure lap time doesn't count so much in a 24-hour race. We have to see how we are on a long distance, how our pit stops are, but pit stops normally WRT, they're very strong, so everything is in place to go for a victory now. We just have to do it.
Well, enjoy it. It's going to be a long race. Thank you.
Laurens Vanthoor last year when he did Superpole shunted. This year he put the car onto pole position, and the sister cars of the Belgian Audi Club Team WRT. Number 2 is the Marcel Fassler, André Lotterer, Benoit Trellier car, the Le Mans winners, and then Christopher Mies, Frank Stippler and James Nash in the 3rd car. And Laurens Vanthoor partnered by Marcus Winkelhock and René Rast, 2 of the winning drivers in this year's Nürburgring 24 hours. So there's a huge raft of experience and success across the Audis. If you followed the race last year, you'll remember that Audi got its rear end whooped right royally, and the team certainly does not want to be here again struggling for places. So it is perfectly logical that you can expect those cars to be up the front. Now, last year, Alessandro Pierguidi marked himself out at the start of the race for very odd reasons. He's with John Watson on the grid.
Alessandro, 2nd year in a row on the front row of the grid.
Yes, I'm really happy to be here again. So last year was in the front, this year also with Ferrari and different team, a really strong team also this year, and I think we are in a good shape for the race. So we'll see.
Now you're the leading Pro-Am car in the field on the front row of the grid. That's pretty special.
But special, but not it's not true the right word, because I'm Pro-Am class, but the car is a GT3 like all the other cars. So I think so we can do here.
Now, last year, I asked you a question about the first corner on the opening lap, and you told me, I'm going to be very careful. Explain what happened.
Last year was last year, so I'm trying to forget, but everybody trying to remind me. So this year I will be different, sure.
Careful.
For sure.
Excellent, well done, Nick. Thank you.
Yes, what did happen last year was that he was on the outside line at turn 1 on the dirty line, and he lost it, and he spun in front of 60-odd cars. And thankfully everybody avoided him, but it was quite a moment. And thankfully the pack scattered left and right. There were some big saves and a few near misses, but everybody managed to avoid hitting Alessandro Pierguidi. And again, he will start at the front of the grid. So you've got Audi and Ferrari on row 1. Mercedes will start on row 2, where you've got Stef Dusseldorp going first in the car he shares with Sergei Afanasiev, and Xavier Marsden switching from Porsche to Mercedes for this year. That car is going to be another one to watch for certain. And then on the outside of the second row, another of the Audis, this time from Santalok, Stefan Ortelli, Edward Sandstrom and Greg Gilbert's car, which has gone well, in fact, in the 3-hour so-called sprint races within Blancpain this season. The grid is still forming up, in fact. There are still cars that have done multiple installation laps, making their way round onto the grid. The way that the 24 hours of Spa works is, and you may be familiar with this, that the timing starts when they come out of the bus stop, but the actual green flag is waved here on this part of the circuit on the run downhill past the endurance pits, and then the finish is back out of the bus stop at the control line. Let's go back to the grid and hear from Stef Dusseldorp.
Stef, tense moment, you're really keen to get into the car.
Yeah, it's of course, you know, it's 61 cars starting for one of the best races in the season. It's, of course, everyone wants to start now. It's taken too long already, and yeah, very anxious to get started.
Beautiful day, track conditions are perfect.
Yeah, so far so good, but we're in Spa, so you never know how long it keeps up like this. But at least it's a good start for all the spectators around here.
And you're the man this weekend in the Mercedes, quickest of all.
Yeah, so far so good. I had a perfect quali lap, and yeah, the Mercedes does really well, and the team does well. So yeah, so far so good.
Get your suits and your boots on and get in that car. Enjoy it.
Stef Dusseldorp for that team, HTP in the Lukoil colours, the money from the Russian oil firm brought by Sergei Afanasiev. And Stef Dusseldorp, we know, is quick from his days in McLaren's, winning races indeed in this championship and in the FIA GT Series. And Xavier Marsden, the Dutchman, who's moving from Porsches to Mercedes this year. This could be a dark horse. There's nothing wrong with the car. There's not much wrong with the driving force, even though Afanasiev is relatively new to GT racing. But that could be a sleeper, that car. It qualified well. And we know how good HTP did last year with the car of Maximilian Goetz, Maximilian Bernd Schneider, to take the win. Bernd Schneider's second Spa 24-hour victory, his first being way back in the 1980s in the Ford Sierra RS 500. So HTP is a crack team. Santalot lining up alongside with the Audi R8, the second of the Audi R8. Edward Sandstrom is going to go first in the car he shares with Stefan Ortelli and Greg Gilbert, and is with John.
Edward Sandstrom, I don't want to put the commentator's curse on you, but I've got number this car down as the winning Audi 24 hours from now.
I hope so. I mean, we do a great job at the moment, and if we can keep on doing what we are doing, I think we have a pretty good chance.
Now, your sister car, Laurens Van Voort, was quickest on pole position. Would it be unfair to call your car the steady car?
I mean, we started in Monza. It was a new project, a small team, and we have built, and we're getting better and better. But we're currently third in the championship, and we improve all the time. So if we just can do this race without any big mistakes, then we have a pretty good chance.
What do you do? How do you manage to keep out of trouble? Because that's the key, keeping out of trouble.
I think experience is one thing. You have to stay cool, and I think if you learn to watch your mirrors and to analyze your races and listen to good people around you, you can improve a lot.
Enjoy it. Have a good race.
Thanks a lot, John.
Edward Sandstrom, somebody else that cut his teeth in single-seater racing but has made a name for himself of late in GT racing. He's back with Stefan Ortelli, who of course has won this race in the past. Indeed, Stefan Ortelli won it in a Porsche when the Porsche he was driving was in the secondary class in the days of GT and NGT, as it was then called. Everybody enters into the spirit of this event, whether they're fans or marshals, and it's one vast party. People come and make a great weekend of this, and you can see how they enter into the spirit of the event down in the pit lane. The marshals, who've had a busy time and are going to have an even busier time for this next race. There is one car, look, sitting in the pit lane. So that is, by the look of it, one of the... is it a Mercedes or a Ferrari? There's a red Mercedes, that's why I'm hesitating. But the safe bet is a Ferrari. There's one car stranded in the pit lane, and the pit lane is closed, so it's going to have to start then now at the back of the grid. And the grid is lined up and ready to go, other than this one car that is stuck in the pit lane. Now, let's go back to the grid and hear from Andy Merrick, because he's had 2 wins this year, and of course he's one of the men in the quickest of the Bentleys.
Andy Merrick, this is the winningest car currently in Blancpain Endurance. A big ask for 24 hours though, isn't it?
It is. I mean, obviously it's our first 24-hour race in the Continental GT3, but you know, we're well prepared. Team M Sport Bentley have done a fantastic job. Qualifying went brilliantly with Steve and did a mega job. So yeah, we're just in a good position. We've got to keep it on the track and keep our fingers crossed.
Stephen, I know that you've done a 30-hour test at Portimao earlier in the season. Was that 30 straight hours, or was it a broken 30 hours?
It was good enough 30 hours. It was, you know, we had a good clean 30 hours. We've done a lot of testing, a lot of durability work. So, you know, we're not too worried about anything. But you never know what can happen in a 24-hour race. And it's our first race for Bentley. So, for us, really, it would be nice to get to the end, and it'd be nice to get a result with that. You know, and hopefully getting through these first few laps for Guy is probably a tense moment for everyone on the grid. But you know, getting through these first laps. Track's hot, so it's working to our advantage at the minute, so it's going to help us, and you know, we just need to get Guy through there.
Well, have you had any sort of quiet word with Guy before he got into the cockpit?
Guy likes to be on his own and just get his mind into it, but no, we all have a laugh, take the pressure away, and Guy's experience, he's won Le Mans, he's won LMS, and you know, he's the top man.
Have you had a special word for Guy? Just let him get on and do it himself.
No, he's out of the 3 of us, he's the daddy, he's the team captain, so he's the most experienced. He's a fantastic starter, and he gets in the zone, and no, he'll do a fantastic job.
Well, it could be a very special day for you guys on number 7, 24 hours from now. Thank you.
The Bentley really has, as I said before the race began, been the revelation of the championship. We thought it went well at Monza and we talked it up at Silverstone, but for it to have the win it did there, coming from a drive-through penalty, and then to have another win at Paul Ricard, mighty impressive. The championship, of course, is mighty impressive as ever. It's all presided over by this man, Stefan Rattel, who marches to the front and salutes many of the teams as he goes down through the grid, all his customers who make this event such a success. It is part of the Blancpain Endurance Series, but it is a race in its own right, and it's co-promoted by SRO, and Stefan has inevitably on the grid bumped into John Watson.
Stefan Rattel, 61 cars on the grid, the most gorgeous day in Spa I've ever seen. It's got to be a great event.
Yes, year after year, the total 24 hours of Spa is imposing itself as really one of the best and most disputed endurance race in the world.
I mean, it's not only the quantity of 61 cars, it's the quality and the quality at the top. And they're really going to be an amazing competition between Audi, BMW, Mercedes, Bentley, McLaren, Aston Martin. I mean, it's a dream.
Well, I've never seen such a field of quality drivers all the way through the field. Now, I've also suggested that the Sansalok Audi of Stefano Telli and Edward Sandstrom is going to win this race. Who's your prediction?
I have no prediction. I assure you, I have absolutely no idea. I think you have a good 10 cars that have a very serious chance of winning. Some are newer, like the Bentley, you know, they just came out. If they could make it right out of the box, that would be amazing. But they did finish the 12 hours at Abu Dhabi, so I think it's very open and it's going to be an amazing race. Enjoy.
Can't wait to get into the commentary booth because it's going to be a cracker. Many thanks, Stefan.
Thank you.
So the governor won't be drawn on who might win, but it is wide open. There are lots of potential victors. We've hardly touched yet on Marc VDS Racing. These days the team is BMW Sports Trophy Team Marc VDS, having downscaled from what it was doing last year. Really, it's concentrated on the VLN this year, the long-distance series that runs at the Nordschleife, and took part in, but lost both cars in the Nordschleife 24 hours. And this, of course, an integral part of its season, the Belgian 24-hour classic. There is a 24-hour race at Zolder, but this is the one they all want to win at Spa. And for so many years, Marc VDS has tried and tried hard and come close, but it's never quite clicked. Well, this year, the team is a little bit different in as much as they've got imported factory drivers on the driving strength of the two cars, the likes of Jörg Müller and Augusto Farfus. Maxime Martin himself these days is a factory BMW driver, but also Bas Leinders, who for so long has tried to run the team and race the car. He elected in the winter to stand down and just be the team manager for the weekend, and he said to me, I'll let you know whether I miss driving or not come Sunday evening. But he's going to be on the pit wall, he's going to be looking after how the cars fare, rather than trying to do that, look after the sponsors and race the car as well. That takes some of the pressure off him, and it perhaps frees up the team for potentially its best ever result, with Maxime Martin, Augusto Farfus and Jörg Müller in one car, probably the strongest, as we segue our way through the grid. The second car, Lucas Lohr, Dirk Werner, Marcus Paltela, that again is another very competitive car and should not be ruled out. So as we work our way up the grid, the cars you're looking at are number 1, Laurens van Toor, and alongside is Alessandro Pierguidi. Felix Baumgartner, who raced for Audi in the Nordschleife for 24 hours, is here not racing but as a spectator, but I think we might get him into a car next year. Also, we have Betty Klimenko, the lady behind the Erebus V8 supercar team, here having a look at what European GT racing is like, and I suspect that could be another team we see on the grid here in 12 months' time. Felix Baumgartner will wave them away. He has got the flag in his hand, and the space diver now turning his daredevil activities to motor racing, and he acquitted himself pretty well at the Nürburgring actually in the Nordschleife for 24 hours there in mid-June, just a month ago. So I think he will be somebody else you can anticipate seeing on the grid here in the future. The officials poised at the front of the grid, ready to release the cars on the warming up lap. The timing begins as they come out of the bus stop, but effectively it's 300 yards or so of yellow flaggery, because they can't actually go racing until they get to this part next to the so-called endurance pits, the old start and finish area for many, many years, the iconic start and finish shot of Spa. That's why the start is there, and also there's a notional ceremonial finish, because although at the end of the race the checkered flag is shown coming out of the bus stop, on the timing line they go round La Source and there's another checkered flag coming out of the hairpin at La Source, with the property in the background to have that iconic finishing shot as well. The reason there are 3 different classes within the championship is based on driver grading. There is the Pro Cup for the real pro drivers, Pro-Am, so there's the mixture of the quick gentleman racers and the professional drivers, and then you have the Gentleman Trophy, where it is largely for the AMs, and the 3 classes are such so that really everybody has something to race for. It gives the amateur racers a chance to go for glory within the Gentleman Trophy, for example. That's also not just for the AMs, the inexperienced drivers, but perhaps for the older driver as well. Pro-Am allows you to, if you're a relatively inexperienced driver or a non-career racing driver, to still be competitive in your own right, and with the help of a pro driver, get up the grid, and there's that internal Pro-Am competition. And then the Pro Cup is where the factory teams can run factory drivers and go for the glory, and so you put the 3 classes together, and that is why you get the 3 classes that we have. And of course all the cars are to the same spec, they're all GT3 cars, but it's really down to driver grading that you have the class structure as you do. The Belgian national flag waves them away in the hands of Felix Baumgartner, And so the 24 hours will begin at the end of this formation lap. The 90th running of the Total 24 Hours of Spa. It's for many, many years in the 70s and 80s was all about touring car racing, and then as the international touring car scene fizzled out, it had some rather barren years as a production saloon car race. In fact, a double winner of that era, Fred Bouvy, is on the grid in the Gentleman Trophy, one of the Audis, in fact, this year. But it was really Stefan Rattel and SRO that looked at Spa and the 24-hour race and thought we could do something with this, and brought the FIA GT Championship here over a decade ago, built that up. Then as GT racing shifted with its emphasis on the sprint race format for the then World Championship, something had to be run over 24 hours. And go back to 2010, in the pre-Blancpain Endurance Series days, there was the non-championship race that had a few GT2 cars, lots of GT3 and some GT4, and it was from that one race that the Blancpain Endurance Series was born. And now it's an integral part of the Blancpain calendar. The grid, which is a long and huge grid, scrolls through with Laurence Vantour and Alessandro Pierguidi at the front of it, with Steph Dusseldorp and Edward Sandstrom on row 2, Christopher Mies and Guy Smith row 3, Nico Verdonk, Belgian, starts on row 4 alongside Kevin Est. The 5th row is Nick Katzberg and Stefan Mucker. The 6th row, Maxime Martin and Marcel Fassler ahead of Wolfgang Reich and Lucas Law, ahead of Alexander Sims and Andrea Piccini. Then you get to Rob Bell and Andreas Simonsen ahead of Katsumasa Chio and Max Goetz a long way back. Jelmer Berman is next on the grid, lining up alongside Darren Turner in the Aston Martin. You then get Marco Ciocci alongside Andrea Montermini, two of the quick Ferrari drivers. Matt Griffin, another very fast Ferrari driver, will start 25th on the grid alongside Martin Ragginger's Porsche, another former winner of the event outright going back to 2010. They are ahead of Franck Pereira, who lines up alongside Ludovic Badet, who now also races in prototypes. Marc Basseng lines up alongside Marco Seefried, Tom Onslow Cole and Daniel Zampier on the next row of the grid, ahead of Fred Bouvy and Pedro Lamy, the most successful winner of the Nordschleife for 24 hours. You then have on the next row of the grid Stefano Comandini alongside Stephen Richards, another from V8 Supercars, the Kiwi. Stephen Jelly lines up alongside Chris van der Drift. Antoine Leclerc alongside Christian Menzel on the next row, ahead of Giorgio Pantano and Dennis Anderson. Freddie Bart in the Jaguar alongside Mikhail Brozniewski. Olivier Plat starts alongside Marco Asmer in the GT Russian team Ferrari. Then at Sofrev, Jean-Philippe Belloc, a former winner, lines up alongside the Belgian journalist Stéphane Lemeray, and he will drive in number 228 ahead of Leonardo Guarini, and he's alongside Gianluca Di Lorenzi in the Mercedes run by his own team. Francisco Guedes will start on row 26 alongside the hugely experienced Carl Rosenblatt. Behind him comes Pierre Arret and Georges Caban, who is going to celebrate his 80th birthday. Next, then it is Gilles Vannelet to line up alongside Pierre Hershey, Jean-Paul Buffin and Freddie Kramer on the antepenultimate row, ahead of Francois Perrodo and the Australian Richard Muscat, whose Mercedes had a gearbox and engine change, and that's why it goes to the back. And then Alvaro Parent starts the last car on the 61-strong grid, having not been able to go out in qualifying, but car's done so little running. Fascination is going to be where that is at the end of the first hour. And just to clarify one thing, it's the 90th anniversary of the event, but the 66th running of the 24 hours of Spa, because it's had the on-off period, but now we're in business for, as I say, this 66th running, and a grid full of talented drivers, a variety of teams, a great variety of cars. John Watson, I can't wait.
Well, I'll tell you what, it is not only hot on the grid. I mean, I would have beaten a greyhound from the grid back up to the commentary booth, and it's all uphill, up, down. Anyway, what a beautiful day. What a great day to start a 24-hour race. And it's going to be, the first hour of this race is going to be a tough first hour, partly because of the heat, track temperatures up as well, and quite simply, as we come now to the formation, I can't wait.
Get your breath back, we'll come to you in a moment, because the cars work their way over the timing line then and make the run down to La Source, with the leading car then, the Porsche. Everybody now getting into this 2x2 Noah's Ark formation, and inevitably we're going to have this mad dash, this mad sprint, as we always do at the start of the race. And John will say at some point on the first lap, it's a 24-hour race, calm down.
Exactly, and poor Alessandro Pierguidi, I had to ask him a question, and he said, please, give me a break. But, he has to remember it is a 24-hour race.
Here we go for the 90th anniversary of the Spa 24 hours, the 66th running of the Belgian twice round the clock enduro. We go racing. Laurens Vanthoor in the Audi leads them away as they accelerate downhill for the first time, heading down towards Eau Rouge. Alessandro Pierguidi tucks in behind him and gets through the corner safely as this massive pack of cars descends at the bottom of the hill, climbs now up towards the first timing point at Les Camps, and look at this, a road absolutely full of supercars.
Well, they've all somehow or other managed to get through Eau Rouge, over Radio, up the Camel Straight, and so far, more or less undamaged cars. 61 of them making the start into the Crume sequence of corners, the right, left, right, and then the drop down into what is now known as Brussels Happenden. They're coming down on the exit. Look at that, 4 cars wide on the exit of Les Crume.
Fantastic sight as they work their way then for the first time down to Bruxelles. Look at this, there's barely room, 3 wide in the mid-pack, and there's a bit of contact I think there as well. 96 Aston Martin Tom Onslow Cole using his touring car technique with his elbows out trying to get through the traffic.
Not a very good idea, and a 24-hour race might work around Brands Hatch in one of those British touring car runs. But the field, literally, I mean, there's no breathing space, and you've got to have eyes looking ahead, eyes looking to either side behind you. You don't know who's coming up one side. Somebody might try and go around the outside of the Bentley inlay and Pujol. Be a very risky manoeuvre to make, but you know, you've got lots and lots of runoff, and some drivers might take advantage.
Dennis Anderson in the Ferrari trying to gain ground as they work their way down to the pit path for the first time. And everywhere you look, there are cars. Alvaro Parente is charging his way up from the back of the grid in the ART Grand Prix McLaren. It started on the track rather than in the pit lane. That would have at least saved him a lap of fuel, but he's coming from the back of the grid as the cars work their way then through campus, past the educational buildings, up towards the Cours Paul Frère for the first time. And on board in Audi number 2, Marcel Fassler is the man behind the wheel of it as they head now up to the bus stop at the end of lap number 1.
And so far everything's been good, but it's a little bit of an advantage to Laurens Vanthoor. He got the drop on Alessandro Pierguidi as the lights went out. So there is the gap. It's what, a second and a bit as they come across the line. In fact, it's 2.03 seconds. But in all effect, it's just status quo. They're just watching to see if anybody's going to be brave. First lap, flying lap into La Source. Always a favourite overtaking part of the racetrack, one that often claims a victim.
And there you can see 77, the BMW in the hands of Lucas Luhr, former GT1 world champion, getting up on the inside of the number 18 Nissan that's being started by Wolfgang Reip. This is Wolfgang Reip's view, Pro Cup BMW versus Pro-Am Nissan. And at this point the classes mean nothing, because with them being all the same spec, when you get the Pro driver in a Pro-Am class car, that's going to be as quick as anything.
Well, that was the point I made with Alessandro Pierguidi on the grid. He is the Pro driver in a Pro-Am car. He knows that his teammates cannot match his pace, but he's going to give them the best shot when he steps out of this car, probably in about 60 minutes from now. He might actually stay in, or
he might stay in.
He could stay in.
Temperature dependent. One stint is 65 minutes, but that's between pit stops, so he could pit, do another 65 minutes. Often the teams will try and cycle the drivers through to begin with, so at least everybody's had some track time if there's a problem. What they also have to think about is that there are points at 6 hours, so you want your quickest drivers used as best you can. You don't want the slowest man in there costing you time and points early on. They've got to think about that at the 12-hour mark as well. So we had a rolling start, always a tradition of endurance racing, a rolling start. With so many cars, it's safer to release them from a rolling start rather than a standing start with such a full grid. And so it looks like a huge rolling start now still, and one of the Bentleys in the background there got shouldered out at Speaker's Corner, forced up over the curb.
That's always the problem. If somebody tries, or if there's got a problem, it's not been shouldered out. That car's gone slow now, picking up speed right now, but whatever the cause for the Bentley, it doesn't look as if it's had contact. It just looks like it's got a problem.
I just thought it had been forced to one side, but maybe it was the driver getting out of the way. That has got a problem, you're absolutely right.
It's got a right front. The right front is damaged.
And it's number 8, isn't it? Which is always the one that seems to have the bad luck, John.
But have it early in the race. Get it over and done with.
Yeah.
You've got 23 hours and 50-odd minutes to go, 55 minutes to go.
It's Antoine Leclerc straight away with a problem.
I think that has been a puncture. It's very difficult to see on the screen, but he certainly hasn't through back at a pace. So whether it's a mechanical problem like a suspension component, or simply just there's been a tyre that's been rubbed against another car, the problem is we don't know until he gets back to the pits.
So we'll send Ben Constanduras in the direction of Bentley, and I'm sure Ben will be on the case. He's going to patrol the pits for us for the purposes of the event. And up front, Laurens Vanthoor is leading Alessandro Pierguidi. In third place is Stef Dusseldorp, ahead of Edward Sandstrom, ahead of 84 Nico Verdonk, and then Kevin Est up into 6th place in the 99 McLaren as the cars pound their way out of La Source.
And the Ferrari just spinning coming out of the bus stop chicane. Interestingly, Alessandro Pierguidi is not letting Lawrence Van Thor in the lead Audi get away. Pierguidi has had fastest first and third sector times in that last lap. Middle sector went to Lawrence Van Thor, gap just under a second. So the Ferrari and the Audi are pulling away. Stef Dusseldorf further 2.6 seconds behind the second place Ferrari, first and second, and the Ferrari is closing down the Audi as they drop down into Brussels.
So the Ferrari then hunting down the leader, just catching up a little bit, and then Lawrence Van Thor trying to pull away, but also, of course, he'll be having instructions from the pit wall, won't he, about having to run to a given pace, and the first stint is always about getting some data. They don't want to go too marginal on fuel, for example. They want to have a good, solid first stint. Often it's the shortest of the stints, because they'll, having done a solid first stint, then have a look at the data, maybe go a lap, 2 laps perhaps more in that second stint. Now, the surviving quick Bentley, Guy Smith, he's under attack here.
Yeah, Nicky Katzberg flashing the lights in the BMW, trying to distract Guy Smith, trying to force him to lose concentration on what he's thinking about ahead, to look what's going on behind. And Nicky Katzberg is very combative in these BMWs.
And we've just had car number 8 come down the pit lane then. So there it is, and the team will descend upon it. But I'm afraid this does not bode well, does it, so early in the event?
Well, it has to be something surely that is very quickly fixed, but they're having to take the car, rotate it on the jacks, take it back into the garage and see what the problem is and set about rectifying it. As I say, it happened so early on the first flying lap in the race. Still an awful lot of opportunity to get that car turned around, back into the race, and just let it get on with its own race. From now on, it's probably going to be racing on its own for a number of laps until it starts to make way through the tail of the field.
And straight away, look, it's gone a lap down, hasn't it? Because it is in the pits. Here come the race leaders. And you might think, well, it's 24 hours. What's a lap between friends? Well, in this competitive championship, it's a lifetime.
Well, you have to reassess. You're going to sit down. The technicians will now look at their predetermined strategy and then I'll say, when this car is repaired and ready to go back on the racetrack, we will change what we had programmed to do in normal circumstances. That's what you have to do, is think on your feet.
Yeah.
Not only to think on your feet, you've got to now make the right decisions.
But getting a lap back is very difficult in this. Safety cars might help you, but you really now need to have no more dramas and hope that others do. Traditionally, we talk about this race not so much being won on the track in terms of raw speed, but it's about how little time you spend in the pits.
Yeah, just watching this battle going on right now with Guy Smith, Nicky Katzberg and Stefan Mucke in the Aston Martin. You can see the 3 cars fanning out, Katzberg going right, left, Stefan Mucke just waiting to punch, knowing that if Nicky Katzberg gets a little bit impatient, there's going to be an opportunity for the Aston to elevate itself, currently in 10th place, up to 8, all because of this little battle for 8th place.
Alexander Sims on the back of that battle in the Barwell Riley Curie Cost BMW. You're riding at the moment on board 66, Maxime Martin in 11th place. Maxime now a winner in the DTM. He absolutely blitzed them all at Moscow Raceway a couple of weeks ago, and this is a very different type of race car.
Of course, his father and his uncle, that's right, are winners here in previous years. There was a 40th celebration of all the winners at the Spa 24, many of them unable to attend, notably Jackie Yeeks. A shame. No, I'm not going to say Sir Jackie Yeeks, but to some people he might be a knight of the realm, but he's Jackie to everybody else. And dives on the inside, Mucke and Katzberg. What has gone wrong there? Has he got a problem? Has he suddenly just lost? I mean, he's let 2 cars get through. Mucke now going to put the challenge onto the Bentley. What did Katzberg do to make that happen?
Just wonder whether there was a nudge. He certainly got on the dirty line, didn't he, where there's no grip on the outside of the pit pack, but he's dropped to the back of the pack. John, let's have a look. Did the Aston give him a tag?
May well.
Yes.
Just a very, very slight one, enough to unstabilise or destabilise the rear of the BMW. Stefan Mucke needs to be careful because he runs the margins so fine that sometimes it can be overly fine and contact can occur. So Nicky Katzberg will not be happy about that.
Now we understand it is steering for the Bentley. Now whether that was contact or whether it broke and that's why the car was slow, well, we'll hear from a driver in due course, but this, so early in the race, is a disaster.
Yes, it is. I mean, it's one of those events where you can't calculate it, you can't assess what's going to happen. Of all the things that you might have to change on a racing car, steering arms you can do relatively quickly, suspension components, but to get to the steering rack, which is buried right in the heart of the car, probably behind the radiators, it's going to be hot in itself. There's the gap first to second. It's opened up by 0.2 of a second over the last couple of laps. So Lawrence Van Thor getting control and controlling the pace of the Ferrari to boot.
One of the most infuriating aspects of cars racing on modern circuits is that drivers are always being warned about track limits, and it's happening already for a couple of cars, one of which is 23, namely Stephen Richards, the Kiwi, I should say, from Australian racing, but he's a New Zealander by birth, and 98, Alvaro Parent, who's hustling his McLaren up through the field. We're going to get a number of these cars warned about track limits over the course of the race, but it started after 4 laps.
I think the track limit issue is going to be about, are you gaining an advantage, or is it just something you were forced to run wide because maybe of another car not being aware of you? So it'll be about those two issues. If it's deliberate and you gain an advantage, then you could ultimately receive a penalty. But in this case, let's give them the benefit of the doubt, particularly in the case of Alvaro Parent having to start at the back of the field in a car that is a potential winning car, to get to the front as quickly as possible, to get past another 60 cars in this is the 5th lap of goodness knows how many laps we will get through in 24 hours, is a mammoth task. But Alvaro Parent, he knows he's got the car, he knows the car better than any other driver in a McLaren.
Now, suggesting he'll be in the top 20 at the end of the first hour. He's still got work to do, of course, but he ain't far off as he is pounding his way up through the order. Alvaro Parent is 45th already, and that's in 4 laps. Now, let's try and catch up about Bentley matters. Malcolm Wilson presides over the M Sport team, and he is with Ben Constanduras in the pits.
The pits then with a problem, the Bentley number 8, a car that's been plagued with problems all year. What's the problem now?
I think he's had contact with somebody and basically he's damaged the left-hand side of the steering, so we're having to change part of the steering rack at the moment.
Any idea who the contact was with?
No, I don't know. I haven't spoken about that. I'm more concerned about getting the car back out.
And as a rally team, how long does it take to fix one of these?
It's something that it depends. It could be, but to be honest, I hope they'll be able to do it in less than 5 minutes. So.
Okay, thanks very much.
Steering rack in less than 5 minutes, that's pretty good going.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's the entire rack or whether it's the steering arms at the rack end, I mean, there's so many issues. To get a whack as heavy as that to damage the steering rack at the steering rack location, that's a fairly substantial thump.
Yes.
Normally it would be a tire would be deflated or a rim damage, or maybe at worst a steering arm or steering arm joint. But the actual rack itself, it means that the impact has travelled all the way through all those components and sort of ultimately damaged the rack. So the guys, they know what they've got to do, and particularly being a rally-based team, they have to react quickly. They're doing it here in the luxurious conditions of a lovely garage, not in about 3 feet of muck and grime that you get on a rally stage.
In the middle of a forest somewhere, yeah, you're right. Maxime Martin, you're on board with him now. He's up into 10th place. He's ahead of Marcel Fassler now. His next target is Stefan Mucker, who is ahead of him. Look, in the Aston Martin, wriggling his way through Les Combes. Stefan Mucker is, of course, in Pro-Am, and he's second in class behind Alessandro Pierguidi, who has just done the fastest of anybody in the first sector, and Pierguidi has taken 7/10 out of Lawrence Vanthoor in that part of the track alone.
It seems strange that the Ferrari was very quick in the opening initial laps. Now it dropped back about a second and a bit. Suddenly it's coming back. Now whether that's just maybe the response and the reaction to having now on lap number 6, how the tyres are interacting with the car, with the track temperatures. Maybe Alessandro is just feeling inspired, and he is capable of being extremely inspired.
One of the downsides to being in Pro-Am is that because you have the AM factor, your race results are always going to be affected accordingly, and sometimes a driver doesn't really shine in the way that he should be able to in the Pro Cup. But there's nothing wrong with Pierguidi in terms of experience and ability and speed, so he is pushing on. He's in second place, and in the middle sector of the lap he's actually lost half a second, so he's gained a bit and he's lost a bit, so it'll pan out pretty much the same, I would have thought, over the course of the lap. Running wide is Stefan Mucker. Maxime Martin is behind him, then Marcel Fassler ahead of Nick Katzberg, who's 12th after his dusty moment of a couple of laps ago at the Piff Paff.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on local boy Maxime Martin, who we've seen from many seasons in GT racing is capable of delivering a performance. As we look on board with Marcel Fassler, this is a car driven by the Le Mans winners Trullier and André Lotterer. So ironically, they're not going to be the quickest of the Audis out here this weekend. When you drive a Le Mans type car, a WEC car with all the downforce, then you come into a GT car with a great deal less downforce. The step down is often more difficult than the step up.
Yeah. And of course the guys like Vanthoor and Rast and Winkelhock drive these cars week in, week out in a championship somewhere, and of course do well in them. Number 19 Mercedes you just saw going through the shot, which is being driven in this first stint by the Swede Andreas Simonsen. Here's a great British battle. Look, Bentley versus Aston Martin heading down the hill. Guy Smith, Le Mans winner, versus Stefan Mucker. Then it's Maxime Martin, and then tucked up behind is Marcel Fassler, and then in 12th place behind Lucas Luhr has got himself up 1 place on that last lap ahead of Nick Katzberg. So as you anticipate, the order is shuffling all the time. Alvaro Parent, by the way, 43rd. You might say, so what? But he started 61st.
Yeah, I mean Alvaro, as much as he wants to get to the front, ideally the top 20 within the first hour, he knows he cannot afford to take a chance. He cannot take that risk of diving down the inside or trying to go around the outside, particularly on some of the gentleman-driven cars who are not maybe as adept or capable of absorbing the stress and pressure of running in such a tight pack in the early laps.
Downhill comes Guy Smith then, with Stefan Mucker up behind him, and as these two get themselves together, Maxime Martin's going to buy back into this.
Again, I mean, it's the same situation we saw maybe earlier where it was Mucker who was waiting to take advantage. He forced the situation by tapping the back of Nicky Katzberg's BMW just through the exit here of Pujo and down into Fagnes, this right-left. This is where the Aston just fractionally caught the back of the BMW of Nicky Katzberg. Not in a position to challenge Guy Smith, but Maxime Martin might be fancying a sniff with the Aston, who's focused very much on making that Bentley drop 1 place.
We've just had a question posed to us from one of our viewers in Canada, John, which is, what makes this event so special? And for my money, it's partly the fact that it's a great circuit and it's a full field and they're all evenly matched cars. For you?
First of all, it's the frites and mayonnaise. When you come to Belgium, the first thing you do, whether you come by air, by train, by ship, whatever way, you've got to stop at a friteur, get some frit and mayonnaise. This is a great racetrack. It's one of the world's great racetracks. It has lost, I believe, a lot of its, let's say, difficulty as a consequence of the modernisation of Grade 1 Formula 1 circuits. The safety aspects have taken prominence over the character of the circuit, which I feel in some respects is maybe just too much. This was a wonderful circuit. Talking to Thierry Tassin, I think a 3 or a 4-time winner here over previous years, and he was bemoaning the fact that now, you know, where does the benefit come from the driver who is that little bit better over the guy just 1 lap hot rod? You know, it doesn't really pay. Look at the battle going on here between the Nissan and the Russian Ferrari, and Ferrari's all over the place right now.
But it's also in a fabulous part of Belgium. It's so spectacular around here. It's got its own weather climate that always affects the racing. So there are lots and lots of reasons, Corey Marvin, in Canada, why the Total 24 Hours of Spa is a fabulous race. You should come next year. You'd enjoy it, I promise you.
I mean, when we have a day like we've had 3 days really of similar weather, with just the merest hint of a sprinkle, but never anything that constituted a rain shower. The place is wonderful. And to be here, as this race will move into dusk and then into nighttime, and it's a proper 24-hour race. It's a race with cars, and there's the Bentley number 8, having had that rack repaired and now back on the track. But to me, the value of this race is our audience can go out and buy any one of those cars he's watching on screen, and he'll buy a car not hugely dissimilar to what we're seeing on screen.
Absolutely right, and you can dream about owning all of these cars. They are all fabulous in their own right. At a spin already, the number 380 Ferrari rotates. That is a car that runs in the Gentleman Trophy. It is Pierre Hershey, the Swiss driver, who's a pretty experienced gentleman racer.
Yeah, I mean, why did he lose it coming out of La Source? Strange corner to lose it. Maybe he just got tagged again. We didn't see the beginning of the incident, we just caught the tail of it. But here is what we are now seeing is a bunch of cars stacking up behind the Nissan, coming down into Pujo, and they're going to get impatient.
Now you've got the Nissan at the head of this gaggle, number 80, which is the car for the first stint of the race being driven by Wolfgang Reip. He's being warned about track limits, and we've had the message on the screen, second warning.
Let's keep an eye on Wolfgang Reip and see where he is actually taking advantage of the racetrack. So far, coming through Fagnes, everything looked good. This is what I would refer to as Stavelot, but has now been renamed Campus. And then you've got the Courbe Paul Frère. Paul Frère, a great Belgian racing driver, but equally renowned as a great Belgian journalist and broadcaster.
That's right, indeed. And it was renamed at this event a few years ago. So what was a long line of cars at the start of the lap is now sort of developing into little pairs, and off already has gone. I think that's the Team Parker Racing Audi from the Gentleman Trophy that Carl Rosenblatt has started. It is.
Carl Rosenblatt. I've known Carl for many, many years.
He's been around the block a few times.
He has, and he didn't intend. He said to me, in fact, I said, "What age are you now, Carl?" 48. He said, "What age are you, John?" I said, "I'll tell you in a minute."
47, yeah.
Let's look and see what's happening out into La Source. Still the challenge from the two Ferraris behind the Nissan. The Nissan's got good drive, good torque V6 turbo engine off that Lassource hairpin bend, able to keep the more high revving Ferrari V8 behind, and just slightly stretches the advantage on the hill, the drop down into the notorious, the paddock hill bend, if you like, of Spa.
Well, that car is in the gravel, and that's going to cost Carl Rosenblatt a lot of time. Carl, massively experienced driver. That's the point we're making here, that he's done all sorts of things, from Le Mans to this event in Maserati MC12s to Inter-Series, single-seaters, you name it, he's done it. The battle continuing here, heading side by side up to Les Combes, and 35 Nissan loses its place because it gets right royally mugged there. Round the outside goes the Ferrari, but the Nissan fights back.
Yeah, but that was a well-planned overtake. Got up. I was able to brake slightly later because he was on the racing line. The Nissan had to get out of the throttle that little bit earlier, and it just threw the advantage to the Ferrari. And once he got the nose ahead, then sensibly everybody worked together. But now challenge is going to come once again, and we've got the Ferrari. No, was that a Porsche? Did I see it?
You did. You saw a Porsche.
A 911.
There aren't any, I'm afraid, in the Pro Cup. Don't expect a Porsche win. Let me just quickly mention that what you're looking at is Captain Masaccio, who's lost out to Ludovic Badet. This battle is for 26th place, but it's as fierce as any you'll find.
Absolutely right. They're here to go motor racing. That's what it says on the lid. It's not a 24-hour drive around the countryside of the Ardennes in Belgium. Gentlemen racing drivers, Pro-Am, pro drivers, once the helmet goes on and the visor down, to some degree, the redness of the mist is conditioned by their experience.
That Porsche, let's just touch on that for a second. It's one of the Pro-Am cars. Martin Ragginger at the wheel, who won the event in 2010. But a GT3 Porsche this year is not a fashionable thing, I think, because again, Porsche has concentrated on its LMP1 WEC project. So the emphasis has been taken away from GT racing. They are still good, customer-friendly cars. There are a handful in the event, but don't expect, I'm afraid, any real heroics for a win.
No, and of course, they've got their own one-make championships all around the world, which they support very, very, and nurture very, very carefully indeed. So right now, they don't have a product that they're developing right for this GT3 category we're watching here at Spa 24. It'll be there, don't worry, they'll be back.
BMW fight developing. Alexander Sims in the Acuria Cos Barwell car off the back of Nick Katzberg, and Alexander Sims means business.
Yes, and Nicky Katzberg having to go very defensive to try and keep the Acuria Cos car, a famous name, goes side by side. Nicky Katzberg to Wale and Alexander Sim almost losing as a caution, just being overly cautious. Two cars side by side, neither prepared to concede. In this case, it was Alexander Sim who did finally have to give it up, and in the consequence put himself under pressure from the car following.
More second warnings about track limits. One of them is Audi 3 Christopher Mies, another one is Nick Katzberg, BMW number 12, and the third of them is a Ferrari with number 50 on the door, and the man behind the wheel is Signor A. Pierguidi.
Alessandro, he's doing a good lap, but he's down 1.6 seconds. It's interesting, the gap between first and second seems to ebb between about 1.5 seconds down to 0.8 or 0.9. They're not yet catching to the tail of the field. It'll not be very long though before they start getting into lapping the back end of the 61 car field, and that's then going to be to some degree the skill of the driver in working the back markers to your advantage, and on the other hand getting caught at the wrong part of the racetrack where your momentum is all lost.
A slow Ferrari, what's all this about? It's a puncture, isn't it?
Yes, left rear.
Now that's the AF Corsa car.
And also the wing, the slight damage, I think maybe the tyre actually flailing has clipped the rear, and is now hopefully slowing down sufficiently, because they will do a lot more damage to the rear of that car. You can just, I think, see bits of rubber that are trailing from the rear end plates.
Marco Ciocci at the wheel, John.
Yeah, there's a bit of rubber you can see, or something certainly flailing around on the end plate of the rear wing, so slow down. We've still got 23 hours and 35 minutes to go.
But it's interesting that we get punctures early. Is this going to be a pattern, or is this a one-off, I wonder?
Well, I mean, the cause of a tyre going down is not because of a puncture necessarily. It could be in this bodywork damage, which is more probably as a consequence of the tyre deflating. But that could have been either running a curve badly, it could have been a contact with another car, it could have been just, quite simply, as you pointed out, something on the racetrack that's penetrated the carcass of the tyre.
It's one of those situations where punctures seem to create punctures, because you have a puncture, you go off the road, you bring the rubbish back on, somebody runs over it, on it goes again. Right, back to Bentley, because this really now is the one that's got to uphold the Mark's honour, and Guy Smith running in 8th place. You'll notice the cars have a number on the windscreen. Some are white, some are blue. That is the Lumi rank display, and the number is their position in class. So it's where they are within the class. Pro Cup, Pro-Am Cup, Gentleman Trophy. But it's a chance for the spectators, and it works well at night in the dark to see where the car is.
I mean, in the daytime you can tell by the car, the colour of the car, you'll see the car's number, but at night time, and many of the fans who have come to Spa this weekend are camping, they've got motorhomes. I mean, it's almost like a little town has arrived and taken over this racetrack. Side by side down into Pujo. Muka's forcing it, and he's done it. Good pass.
Stefan Muka goes through. As he takes that pass, he's being warned about track limits. But equally, Guy Smith did run wide at the previous left-hander, so-called Speaker's Corner, because it's the one place you could see from the old Speaker's box, commentary box, so it became dubbed Speaker's Corner. He's lost a place to Stefan Muka, and he's now into the clutches of Marcel Fassler.
Yeah, and Fassler, in fact, was the car of the three that ran most off the exit of Pujo. Some of it undoubtedly is due to running in this close proximity in a high-speed corner. You'll get a little bit of front-end washout as the car loses the aerodynamic effect, the wash of the car that you're following. And sometimes you just have to let the car go. You can't do much to stop it.
The field pounds on then, up towards the Cours Paul Frère. Stefan Muka then having got himself up into 8th place overall. I'm still intrigued to see how long it's going to be for Maxime Martin to wriggle his way through traffic. And you kind of expect people to make progress because they have a good reputation. But again, John, we come back to balance of performance, because it's very hard to surge through the traffic, because in the right driver's hands, all these cars will be evenly matched.
Well, if you take all the top drivers in the top 10 or so, 20 cars, they're all so close that the only way you're going to get through is if you get the compromise of catching up to a back marker, and then suddenly in the Bentley now coming under attack from Marcel Fassler as he goes into La Source, takes this little high road, then drops down, trying to get a run off the corner. He is getting past the Bentley, side by side, coming down into Eau Rouge. Bentley side by side with the Audi. Who's going to blink first? I've seen this happen in the past, and it's the Benno. Well, brave, but also respect. Two professional drivers showing respect. But again, behind now, suddenly the Maxime Martin gains the momentum, as does Nicky Katzberg. And Guy Smith really has lost 3 places because maybe he tried to white knuckle it out with the Marcel Fassler Audi, and as a consequence, 2 BMWs have got through as well.
Yeah, Lucas Law has suddenly arrived on the scene in 77, hasn't he, as we ride on board with Guy Smith then, so it's had a real shuffle. Fassler, Martin, Law, then Guy Smith. He's dropped down a few places. Alexander Sims is the rather impudent Pro-Am BMW driver up there in the Acuria Cuss car. He's trying to join in this fight as well.
Yeah, I mean, Alexander Sims, I mean, if you want to buy a driver to drive your racing car, he is one of those guys out there who will give you 110%. Well, I'll give you 100% anyway, because the 10% he throws in for free. And the run down the hill into Pujo. I mean, the Bentley, seemingly Guy Smith, the momentum appears to have gone, whether he's just sort of catching his breath and having dealt with being overtaken by 3 cars in the space of 2 corners, and sort of programming both himself and what he's getting out of the car, and still having to deal with Alexander Sim behind in the 4th of these BMWs that have really been pestering the Bentley for the last 4 or 5 laps.
Now the race leader is on lap 12 as Marc VDS, Bas Leiners in the middle there with his overalls on as befits the team manager, but he won't be driving. He's going to oversee it all from the pit wall this year. He does do some racing still. Marc VDS has a team in the Euro NASCAR series, but Bas Leiners elected to stand down, and apparently Mark van der Straten needed quite a lot of convincing about
a bit of rubber on that. Look, you can see the remains of the tyre.
And that's come off the Ferrari.
That's the Ferrari.
That's heading back to the pit lane, but Marc VDS Racing being run but not driven by this year Bas Leiners. He's got the 2 cars together coming into the bus stop, heading up towards the timing line. Now Lucas Law has got himself onto the back of Maxime Martin. Is he now on a mission to get himself through the traffic, or are they going to run in tandem? Let's see. Down towards La Source. So Audi leading Ferrari, leading Mercedes. 4th Edward Sandstrom Audi, 5th Nico Verdonk Mercedes, 6th Christopher Mies Audi.
Kevin Estre seemingly is dropping back like a stone.
You are right, he's down to 23rd.
Yeah, no, but he was running in 7th place, and all of a sudden, is he in the pit lane or is he stopped?
No, he's not come over the line, I don't think. He's not gone through the first sector.
So there is a problem for that car.
Yes.
I mean, we're just watching a timing and scoring. Literally, you couldn't have a stone drop more quickly. So, problem again. I mean, what a disappointment. Kevin Estre, quickest guy, even quicker probably than Alvaro Parent in a single flying lap, and that car has a major problem. It must be stopped.
Yeah, I'm looking for a yellow flag somewhere, but it has done now 11 laps, but it ain't done a 12th, and it's somewhere in the last sector, because it's not completed sector 3, so somewhere in the final third, which is basically from campers round to the bus stop.
But that's a part of the racetrack that if a car has stopped, it's easily identified, and it's pretty much a wide open part of the racetrack. So we haven't managed to pick that up, and there's a car that suddenly was running comfortably in the top 10. Effectively, where's it gone?
We'll try and pick it up in a moment as you look at the battle going on here between Ferrari and McLaren. Pro-Am Ferrari, Pro-Am McLaren. No Pro Cup Ferraris this year either. The svelte McLaren and Ferrari running together. In contrast, by shape, to the beast of a Bentley. McLaren up the inside and gains the place. The McLaren in question is 82, which is being driven by Marco Asma, former British Formula 3 champion, and he's managed to wriggle his way up past the Ferrari there.
A lot of dust being kicked in the exit of Lake Coombe. Is that a problem? There's a car. There's the McLaren in the pit lane.
That's just a pit in.
But that is the pit in for the old pits. That's for the pit in. That's the old pit in entrance, isn't it?
No, there's a new pits in, and it's one pit lane, so that's at the bus stop.
Yeah,
he hasn't got to the white line.
No.
After the white line, the team can get to the car, but it's got to be towed into the pit lane before the team can get to it. So he's tried to nurse it back. It is the two pit lanes together, which takes a minute, incidentally. If you were to do a drive-through, it would be 1 minute. So the car has to be towed there to the white line. Now it is officially in the pits. He's tried to limp it back, but that's a major problem.
So he's getting out of the car. It's difficult to tell. Is there something on the left rear? We can't. No, it looks okay in the left rear. So it's got to be a mechanical issue. And Kevin Estro's opening the rear hood to have a look inside and see if it's something that he can attend to. He's got a bit of paper in his hand. What's that for? A bit of yellow paper. There's a tape. Fuses going into the. Is that a fuse box? No, it's to do with the turbo. What is it? He's doing a service on the car.
He's doing it himself, isn't he? He knows exactly what to do, but of course he can hopefully do this and get the car moving again if the team can't get to him.
Well, I hope McLaren customers are watching this, because next time they put their car in for service and they get a bill for £25,000, they know that Kevin Estro can do it for about 10, 15 quid.
Estro and Son, your local garage, yes, from McLaren's. So Kevin Estro tries to get the car back to the team and back into the race. Marco Seefried's 333 Ferrari is absolutely flying. As ever, Marco Seefried.
Well, in his hands it's flying. In other hands in that team it may fly, but in a more metaphorical sense.
Yeah, in different directions. Yeah, well, yes.
But we're not here to take...
far from it. No.
We're just pointing out that Marco Seefried drives that car, the 333 Ferrari, extremely well. So Kevin Estro's back into the car, belts, and he's now got the team. How frustrating.
A fair point about this, John, is that the team is at pit out. So he's at pit in at the bus stop, but the ART garage is at Eau Rouge. So they've had to run up the paddock, like you did, off the grid, to get to the car.
Yes, again, all that work going on. It's one of the sensors has been a problem. They've put the hood down, so whatever the problem was, it stopped the car running in effect.
Let's try and get some news about this. Ben Constantinos is there. Ben, what do you know?
Yeah, you could see the guys working on the back of the car, and Kevin Estro actually had a fuse in the car as a connector on the top of the engine, but he's sort of half changed himself, and as you say, the team then ran from the very bottom of the pits up the hill. They actually had a scooter that they're now getting back on again, and they've got the car fixed. It'll be interesting to see if that stops in the garage.
Okay, Ben, thanks for that. Interesting to know, but talk about being a Boy Scout and being prepared with the fuse ready and waiting. So he's got the car running with a bit of supervision from the team.
We're now seeing the race leader after this end of 14 laps onto lap 15 has caught the tail of the field, and this is going to be the opportunity that Laurent Van Voor would be hoping for, to catch the car on the Kemmel Straight, and that means that Alessandro Pierguidi may have to deal with the back marker coming into Lake Coombe or even as far down as Bruxelles. So this is Laurens Van Voor gaining some advantage, unless Alessandro Pierguidi can just slip into the slipstream of the car, albeit at a lowish speed, but sliding around. He needs to get down the inside into Bruxelles. He hasn't been able to do it, and the Nissan goes round at that.
35, Katsumasachio at the wheel of it.
Again, was that an assist? We look to see if there's any damage at the back of the car, causing a bit of confusion for everybody, because spun, and there's the damage in the Porsche. I suspect that's what's happened.
That's Martin Ragginger in what's a rather raggy Porsche now.
And also Porsche with those very, very vulnerable water radiators on the front left and right of the car. No water appears to be coming from them. If he hasn't damaged the radiator, he's got a massive result. But it'll be very shortly a trip into the pits to get that bodywork repaired and check the radiators.
I was just wondering whether it wasn't tyre against bodywork there. Now the bodywork's been moved a bit as it went through Eau Rouge. Thought there was a puff of smoke there.
Somebody just spread over the bodywork too.
Flick that out of the way. That's down at the bottom of Eau Rouge, just before you climb up the hill. We've just had a pit visitor, by the way. Stephen Jalley's Aston has come in, the Motorbase Oman Racing Team car. That's in quite early, I fear. Anyway, that little fleck of bodywork, at least now, is off the racing line. The ART McLaren went back to the team. Look, there it is in the pit lane, going back out again. So Kevin Est, while he was in, came in for fuel. He may as well.
No, I mean, that was a smart thing to do. Come in, you're sort of midway, just over midway through a stint. So refuel the car. Kevin Est will go back out. He'll have to spend a long time making up a lot of lost ground. There's the Aston now being pushed back into its garage. So it's clearly an issue. So Stephen Jelley, who started the car, and that's disappointing because the Aston, it may not be the winning car at this point in the race, but a great long distance car.
Just a quick word about Australian Richard Muscat, who's never raced here before, never raced in Europe before, but he's in the 18 Mercedes. He started 60th on the grid. He's now 41st. We said Alvaro Parent was doing a good job, and he is doing a very good job as well, Richard Muscat. He's lapping a second and a half faster than he did at the start of the weekend, so he's finding chunks of time, and Richard Muscat is going great guns. Right, back to the plot on track. We have seen that contact between Martin Ragginger and Katsumasa Chio, both cars having continued. Drivers being warned about track limits. Who's the latest recipient? It's Frank Pereira in his Porsche. And the cars then now swing their way out of the bus stop up towards the timing line once again. The Porsche of Frank Pereira was the one you've just seen on the back of that little group. This is
there's
the
contact. Yes, I mean, that happened further around the circuit. So, I mean, a fairly hefty thump on the back of the Nissan that damaged the Porsche considerably as well. And, well, the Nissan probably only suffered the indignity of being spun around. And it doesn't look like there's any significant damage to the tail. But the Porsche certainly will have to be careful, and with the vulnerability to radiators and the bodywork out of shape and maybe leaning on location. Again, side by side through Eau Rouge, and the Ferrari wisely. But look, again, opportunism. Another Ferrari comes up along the outside. And, well, there is a situation. Is that taking advantage by running wide, disrespecting the track limits? Or was that maybe just thinking the situation through? Frank Pereira keen to split those two Ferraris as they battle with the Nissan, and well, Frank Pereira is capable of driving that Porsche as hard as anybody ever does.
He's 25th at the moment, as into the pit lane comes the other Nissan.
Sounds like a cement mixer.
The team goes to work, and that's the Katsumasa Chio car after his spin. So he's going to get out of the car, and it'll be fuel and tyres. A full pit stop, incidentally, takes about 112 seconds. The actual drive time is a minute. It's about 30 seconds to refuel, and it's about 22 seconds to do the tyres if you're really on top of your game. And you can do the driver change while the fuel goes in, these sort of two-part pit stops.
I wonder why they're making a driver change at this stage. All I can think is that in the process of being spun around, maybe he flat-spotted a set of tyres so much he was forced to come in. And if you flat-spot a tyre badly, it means the car is virtually impossible. The vibrations that you get are just absolutely horrendous. So bring him in and do the driver change, and let's start again.
Gets you slightly out of sequence on the strategy, but at least you're not making another stop in, say, 10 minutes' time.
Absolutely.
And wasting the time.
Well, also trying to bandage a car that isn't capable of running at its true potential. So bring it in, do the work, get the driver change carried out, and then continue. Stefan Mucker still being challenged by Marcel Fassler in the Audi as they exit La Source. So Stefan Mucker seemingly sort of reached the plateau of where he's about. He can't really make any impression on the Audi of Nice. Just ahead is what the gap is.
6.7 seconds, The Audi ahead there is the Santalok.
That's the
gentleman trophy car, that's Jean-Paul Buffin at the wheel of it. It's the car driven by all the old boys, entered by the Santalok Junior team. Side by side, up the outside goes Marcel Fassler. Stefan Mucker knows how to defend, doesn't he?
Amongst many other things, yes. But there was a good run. Fassler got the run on the Camel straight, but he didn't get alongside at the point to get on the brakes, because the Aston would have certainly had to brake a little bit earlier, as we watch these two BMWs racing amongst themselves. And in fact, 77, Lucas Luhr is the one that gets the slight advantage. So Lucas Luhr has managed to put his car just one more spot ahead.
So Stefan Mucker in the Aston, second in Pro-Am. Inevitably we talk about the overall classification, but that car running second in class, it's Stefan Mucker, Johnny Adam, who is very quick, Daniel Lloyd, who is getting faster and faster all the time, and Andrew Howard, reigning British GT champion, who is one of the quicker Ams out there. So it's an interesting mix of drivers.
Yeah, I mean, it's a strong car, and again, an Aston is a very good long-distance car. Just not to say anything is bulletproof, but the amount of running that the Aston have done with the backup of ProDrive, who are the engineering company involved in the development of the car. So they've, again, I'm going to say, a company with a great deal of rallying experience and expertise.
Of course, ProDrive in terms of racing did great things with BMW M3s, ran Mondeos in touring cars, helped the Ferrari 550 originate and go on to success in GT racing, and the DBR9 GT car as well, with class success at Le Mans. Marc VDS Racing here having its perfect shot, the two cars absolutely together. Maxime Martin ahead of Lucas Luhr, 66 ahead of 77, and the Marc VDS Racing team, for which there is a huge amount of support at home. I know it's a Belgian Audi team leading, but there's something about Marc VDS that's a bit the underdog team.
Well, Count van der Straten has been a supporter of motorsport over so many years, and he gets the support they deserve.
Let's go back to the pits. Van Contaduros has caught up with Bob Neville from Team RJN.
The 35 car having a spin and then coming to the pits. Bob, was that a planned stop?
Say again, sorry?
Is that a planned stop for you?
No, there was contact between a Porsche here. Porsche tried to get out the inside, turned him round. I think we've got some damaged suspension. We probably have to come back in.
Okay, thanks very much.
Yeah. Well, that's even worse than I thought. I thought maybe just simply a flat spotted tyre, but if the suspension, the rear suspension, is out of alignment, that means it's a difficult drive. And I mean, also it means your tyre wear will go out of the window as well. So the team can prepare. They know if it is a damaged suspension, the parts that they're most likely needing to replace. And when the car comes in, if they have to make that decision, hopefully they can do it at a scheduled stop. They can just manage the car as best they can until that scheduled stop, rather than coming in, doing the work, going back out again, then going in. So it's about managing the deal at the minute, at the current time.
And so early in the race as well, you can sometimes persevere with a problem, but for 23 hours and 18 minutes, you don't want to, do you? So up front, it is the lead gap, 2.6 seconds between Laurens Vanthoor and Alessandro Pierguidi. We're on lap 18, anticipate a pit stop at about 26 laps in a normal stint. It may come from 24 in the first stint, just so they've got through safely, got one stint out of the way, got some data, they can look at tyre life, they can see what the fuel figures are like, and then they can start to push that a little bit more as the race wears on.
Just think of Steph Dusseldorp under threat, and no, it's not Sandstrom, but I'm just thinking about the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi. It's a shame in the pro category there aren't more Ferraris, because clearly on pace that car is capable of winning, and I don't know why we see them. Certainly in the Gentleman Trophy they are de facto the car to go to, but in the Pro Cup, it's some reason, I don't know whether maybe the teams aren't prepared to commit to it.
In the case of Audi, in the case of BMW, you've got factory paid drivers being put into those teams. Is Ferrari prepared to do that? Because it's hard for a team to fund 3 pro drivers.
In the old days, Commendatore Ferrari put GT racing or sports car racing ahead of Formula 1 because his market was selling cars to customers. You know, surely...
I agree, yes.
I mean, I'm not a rocket scientist, not quite, but I mean, why not support a team? Audi do it brilliantly, BMW do it brilliantly, Mercedes-Benz do it brilliantly. I don't know, I'm sort of speechless, really.
They've gone the customer route, haven't they? They're helping the customers. What they do is put factory drivers like Andrea Bertolini, for example, with customers and help them win in Pro-Am. They don't then enter a car that potentially could beat them, and that is a McLaren with a puncture. Is that the Parent or the S car? I thought that was Parent.
It may well be Parent. Hopefully Kevin Estre, who's gone back out, we saw him with that problem, the electrical problem.
It's 98, it's Parent, John.
Yeah, and Alvaro Parent is having a miserable weekend. Had a massive shunt here on Thursday down at Pujo, and the car was effectively rebuilt. Now it looked like a right rear puncture, and the tyres again close to shredding itself. You can just see it there running as it flails around, and again Parent having to slow down because of the damage that, particularly in the McLaren, because so much of the engineering of the car is very low. The turbos are positioned very low in the car, suspension also very vulnerable, so it's a crawl back up to the pits, going actually off the racetrack, not to get in the way of people as they come to one of the quickest corners, Blanchimont. Again, rubber falling off that tyre as it's having to to do its best to stay intact.
We're hearing from the pits as well that 44 Aston, that's the Oman Racing Team car, or Motorbase for our British viewers, that's got suspension damage. That's why Stephen Jelly was seen with the car going into the garage. So that's another decent team with a problem early on they could ill afford.
We've got steering damage in the Bentley, Nissan potential rear suspension damage, Aston suspension. Where is this suspension damage coming from? I mean, other than all I can hear is the Nissan now being pushed back into the garage. So Bob Neville's team will get to work and get that repaired, as they could quickly do it. But again, I'm just slightly perplexed at the amount of damaged suspension we're hearing about in a race that's only 45 minutes old.
I mean, they're certainly getting stuck in, but we're not seeing that many actual accidents. But we saw the little tag, didn't we, between Porsche and Nissan at the bus stop. But I'm surprised it did that much damage to the Japanese car.
Laurens van Voor on his 20th lap. We're just some 44 minutes and 49 seconds as he came across the line to start the 20th lap. Gap between first and second, still 2.4 seconds. There is the McLaren. Finally, Alvaro Parent makes his way in, and he's got to go all the way up past the Formula One pits, around the inside of La Source, then drop down the hill to get to the ART pits, who are based at the pit lane exit. Alessandro Pierguidi goes through Bruxelles, and we go back and catch Guy Smith in the Bentley. Guy Smith is running, just looking to see where he's dropped down to. He's in 12th place, which is, I have to say, somewhat disappointing. But seemed after that flurry of BMWs battling to get ahead, the pace of the Bentley has dropped away. The last lap was a 2:25 against his best of a 2:22. So clearly, whether it's tyre wear or something we're not aware of, there's Alexander Sims in the Acuria Cos, familiar colours, on a Jaguar. Seeing them on a BMW sort of makes you wonder. It doesn't look right, does it?
No, something not right there, you're quite right. Renowned team manager Malcolm Swetner was just pointed out that there were no suspension dramas a couple of weeks ago in British GT when they raced here, but we've had a whole raft of them early on, so different tyre perhaps, different driving standards and all that. Certainly a very, very furious pace that we're having thus far. The lead gap, 2.4 seconds, Laurens van Voor to Alessandro Pierguidi, who's got a comfortable buffer in class at the moment.
And he's also got a fairly comfortable buffer to third place, Steph Dusseldorf, 12.5 seconds behind in third place. But Sandstrom, sorry, just looking down the note said Sandstrom is 1.5 seconds behind Steph Dusseldorf, so Dusseldorf isn't really in any comfortable third place position. He's got Edward Sandstrom. This is the car I had the courage to say, I think this is the winning car.
And I think that Mercedes...
was a big punt.
It was a big punt. I'm proud of you. And I think the Dusseldorf Mercedes is a sleeper as well, because that could be the dark horse. If Sergei Afanasiev can up his game, I think that could be one to watch as well. But then, these two cars, for the home fans, have got to deliver. This surely is the year. We are almost at the end of the first hour, and Marc VDS Racing's cars, or what do I have to call them these days, BMW Sports Trophy Team Marc VDS, they are 9th and 10th. Lucas Luhr is ahead of Maxime Martin now. We've had the switch between them.
I mean, the VDS team, a very, very strong driver lineup. The one that's slightly out of place is Lucas Luhr, who's previously been synonymous with Porsche and has raced an American Porsche and what ALMS and goodness knows whatever other varieties, the Tudor series now, which is a mixture of Daytona prototypes and a version of GT3. It isn't an exact copy of a GT3 car, but Lucas Luhr, I mean, if you want a driver to drive the Nürburgring, stick Lucas Luhr in. If you want a driver for Spa 24, a driver for hire, stick Lucas Luhr in.
Yeah, absolutely. And he delivers. He's like a light bulb, isn't he? Sort of screw him in, flick him on, and off he goes. He delivers the goods.
Yep.
So Lucas Luhr now is in the first sector, half a second slower than Marcel Fassler. Actually, Maxime Martin is a fraction quicker there, so evenly matched, these two BMWs. And it's not so much where they are at the end of hour 1, it's the end of hour 6 for points, but then they're not doing the whole championship, so that is less relevant. It really, for these cars, is all about 24 hours of racing, and last year it was fiddly little things that went wrong, like a fire extinguisher going off and a cable coming loose that stopped two of the cars. So they've, as best they can, Marcus Palsler was saying, check the reliability, but he said you just never know about these €1 issues.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the most simple part, usually the least expensive part on a car, that is the one that catches you out. A tie wrap suddenly fails and it allows a pipe to fall on something really hot and burns through and you've got a hydraulic failure. Fundamental, simple things that it's only experience teaches you how to work your way around them. The reason I chose the Audi, though, I thought you were going to ask me why did I choose
Why did you choose the Audi,
Well,
John?
I think it's a good question, David. And I think because Audi have been given a little bit of slack in terms of the balance of performance, but also I think Edvard Sandström, he is Swedish. And when you talk to Edvard, everything is very methodically spoken. It doesn't come out like a machine gun. And he's such a stabilizing effect. And you've got Stefano Ortelli, who's all the flair and experience, and he's never won here in the Spa 24-hour race. And Gilbert, I should say, the third driver, has done a really good professional job backing up Sandström and Ortelli. So with a little bit of release in the BOP, and a car I think will be around at the end of the day. I'm glad you asked. It's a good question, David.
Now, another good question is, how will number 2 Audi get on? Because for all the marketing reasons, that you could argue is the favoured Audi, because it's got this year's Le Mans winners in it. We've never had the entire driving force of a Le Mans winning car winning the Spa 24-hour in the same year. We have had Romain Dumas, and then prior to that, Luigi Chinetti in 1949 winning as independent drivers. But just think of Audi's marketing machine on Monday if the same 3 drivers could win Le Mans in an Audi and the Spa 24 in an Audi.
Well, the question I would ask is, it's regardless of which drivers were in the car. If Audi were to win this race, would they see it being more valuable from a marketing and customer perspective than winning Le Mans with an LMP or WEC or a hybrid, extremely complex, very technical, incredible machine that is as close to flying an aeroplane as the space shuttle is?
Whereas this is a car, you can go into your local dealer and buy it. Absolutely.
This is why I believe Spa 24 is actually the most valuable 24-hour race for a manufacturer in the world.
Absolutely. Now, having said all about the Le Mans winners, they don't know this car as well as they know their own LMP chassis. And of course, they're up, as I said before the race started, against the likes of Rast, Winkelhock and Vantor, and indeed Sandström and Ortelli, who drive Audis somewhere almost every weekend and with great success. It really will be fascinating to see how they form come the end of 24 hours.
Well, I think what they're going to do is adapt down from driving a high downforce car. And remember, Andre Lotterer, amongst, I don't know what Fassler does or Trullier do, aside from driving for the Audi WEC team. But Andre Lotterer is a driver for hire. He races in Japan, does Nippon, I think it is, single-seater Nippon, extremely high downforce with rubber that you cannot believe. The grip from the tires there is phenomenal. And their version of Super GT racing, a silhouette formula, tons of downforce, not a lot of horsepower, and then you come into a Group 3 car like the Audi R10, R8 V10, and it's a car that's got a lot of horsepower, but has nothing like the grip, either from the aerodynamics or from the spec Pirelli tire, whereas in Japan they've got a tire war going on with all the European brands plus the Japanese brands. I mean, it's very exciting, but it is a different level.
Great little battle going on here as number 19, Andreas Simonsen, is trying to fend off the Ferrari challenge. Andrea Montermini it is, right up behind him. I have a suspicion we're going to talk a lot about Audi number 2 over the course of this race for all reasons. We'll come back to our Le Mans veterans in a few laps' time, no doubt. Simonsen then goes into La Source. What's going on behind him? Jasmine Jaffar in the silver Mercedes, 38 Aston Martin, Darren Turner, who was racing a old Mini Cooper at Alton Park a couple of weeks ago, and now here he is at the grid of the Spa 24 hours, and Darren, no matter what you put him in, makes it fly.
The Dazzler. Darren is one of Britain's great unsung motorsport heroes. I mean, he could have been in Formula One. He was look at this battle as they come over Randy, almost 3 wide going down the Camel Straight, and something has got to give.
Who is it going to be? What is it going to be?
And it's not Jack Nicholson and Diane Keaton either.
It's not going to be Darren Turner because he's on the inside and he's gained positions. Jasmine Jaffar, first race in the Mercedes, adapting well. Formula Renault 3.5 racer these days, the Malaysian. He's brought the Petronas backing and a whole host of his supporters with him to the circuit, and he is now looking to try and get in this mix as well.
Again, using the lights to try and distract, just get the driver's attention to look rearward rather than focus on what he's doing ahead. Maximilian Gutz, Maximilian Buch, who were the winners last year along with Bernd Schneider. Slightly different dynamic, dives down the inside and this time gets the job done. Good, courageous commitment and stuck the nose of the Ferrari down the inside, and there was no answer to the Mercedes.
So Andrea Montermini through on the inside and hustles his way through to the front of this little battle. So Montermini now goes 14th. That Ferrari, of course, is in Pro-Am, as we've made the point. No Pro Cup Ferraris this year. It is a Pro Cup Mercedes. Andreas Simonsen sharing, as he has done for the bulk of the Blancpain Endurance Series this year, with Abdulaziz Al Faisal and Hubert Haupt.
As watching covers of the cars, the back markers coming out of Fagnes. So they now prepare for driver changes going on, and that's HTP. So is this going to see Jafar coming in and vacating that seat, or is it going to be the sister car?
And where are we up to? We are about 5:25 local time. So in other words, we are just under 5 minutes away from the end of the first hour.
And it's still hot.
Still very hot.
I mean, the sun's dropping, but it's coming through the commentary booth, and it'll be doing the same on the windscreens of these cars.
And the temperatures, you heard Lawrence Vantor talking about
and the BMW's in, so both three cars in.
Yeah, Katzberg and Goetz, and also Jelmer Berman in the other Mercedes there come in. I was just going to say, you heard Lawrence Vantor saying about air conditioning in the car this year. Not all the teams will have that. It will be very, very hot, certainly at this part of the race.
It is, and I mean, you can't have your windows open as they would do in the GT racing that they would have, for example, in North America, where it is allowed. So you want to keep your car as well sealed, primarily because the car is more efficient in a straight line.
So in come the Mercedes, 63 in the background for Black Falcon, Jelmer Berman. This is HTP, last year's winning team. I think I told you it was Jasmin Jafar driving. I lied to you. It was Max Goetz, and he's just got out. So Maximilian Goetz has done the first stint. He knows the car, knows what to do with it in traffic. So he helps to strap in his co-driver. Still, of course, that is a car that has gone under an hour. Interesting that they've elected to bring it in a bit earlier. That might be to get it out of traffic.
I think it's just to get out of traffic, because we know that come the hour, or just a little past the hour, the pit lane is going to be like a car park. And the whole thing of doing your pit stops with a clear entry and exit is that you do it with the best opportunities to maximise your pit stop. As we look at the fourth place car, Edvard Sundström, and that's the gap between Dusseldorf. It's hovering around the 1.1, 1.2 seconds for quite a number of laps. Steady Edvard Sundström, doing metronomic job, not challenging the Mercedes, but not stressing his car, not stressing himself. Gone slightly wide on the entry to the corner, but you know, it's all about consistency. If he thought he was quicker than the Mercedes of Dusseldorf, he would have passed him. Comfortable to run in fourth place. It's just, well, we're still under the first hour. We've got 2 minutes remaining of that first hour.
That's Pierre Guidi, who gets out of the car because he fancies a chat with John Watson. So he's coming to look for you, John.
He's my new mate.
He is now. He's gone an hour without a spin. He's really chuffed.
I tell you what, he was smiling. We shook hands and said, "Good lad, good job."
But he's done a good stint, hasn't he?
He's done an excellent stint, and I think
the car in the class lead.
To his credit, I mean, we all know what Lawrence Vantor can do in the pole-sitting Audi. But the Ferrari is not a car we see frequently in the Pro Cup category, and Alessandro Pierguidi has done a great job, and he kept Lawrence Vantor honest, the gap never really exceeding more than 1.5 seconds.
Now Marcel Fassler is in, 84 Nico Verdonk is in. There are quite a few pit stops cycling through. We can't get to everyone. We're doing our best to show you a long shot of the pit lane so you've got an idea. This is only half the pit lane as well. This is the F1 pits. Other teams, as we've talked about, are down at the so-called endurance pits. You have to drive through both, so 1 minute of drive time through the pits. Marcel Fassler, having done his first stint, now responsible for strapping in the next driver in the rotation of car 2.
No real pressure on the driver change, because the refueling is taking place as the drivers change, and that's got a set flow rate, and then it's only once the refueling is complete that the car can then go up in the jacks, and all four. Whoa, that was a bit sort of racy. Is that Maximilian Buch, or it was good to handle the car over? We're just waiting to see what the transponder. So Maximilian Buch. We haven't seen a huge amount of Buch and Goetz over the weekend.
No.
Normally they are very much to the fore, and well, they just decided, well, you know, we've won the race, and we've got a new co-driver, Jafar, so maybe we've got a different dynamic this year.
So downhill goes the Mercedes, and the number 1 leading car stays out for another lap. That's all good. That's going to be 25 laps done by the car. When I talk about 26 laps for the first stint, that's not a regulation, that's really just as far as you can go on fuel. There are regulations like 65 minutes is all the driver can do in one stint. Do we have a Porsche? Off we do. It's Martin Ragginger's car. As he
smoke coming from the back of that car.
Still Ragginger at the wheel of it.
Is that fluid going down? It is fluid going down. A big dump of fluid. What's happening coming up into... Is that a tire, rear tire? It is. The rear tire looks like it's blown, and it's probably taken out part of the oil or the water radiator at the back of the car. And unfortunately, there you can see the fluid. Unfortunately, he's driven back on track. There is the oil flag being displayed, indicating as they get up to the top of the Cumnall Straight that it is going to be slippery city. And that car, if that is an oil line failure because of the tyre issue, then I would be surprised if it gets back to the pit without the engine welding itself, or the crankshaft welding itself to the bearings, because it's just like a Torrey Canyon right now, gushing it everywhere.
We're getting news that Nick Katzberg's number 12 BMW has got some left front toe arm damage. We're also getting news that Martin Ragginger has got a drive-through penalty. Martin Ragginger in that Porsche, so he's got a drive-through penalty to add to his woes as well.
He ain't going to make it back to the pits, in my view. I mean, the Porsche oil tank is generous, but I suspect that the way it's pouring out of the car, if he gets it back to the pits, if the engine is not damaged, I will be surprised. Dusseldorf in.
Yeah, 85, that was running in third place. Number 3, Christopher Mies, is in out of fourth place. We've also got Stefan Mucker in, Lucas Law in, Andrea Montermini in, Matt Griffin in. And in come the rest. Wolfgang Wright is in, Frank Pereira's Porsche is in, car 100 is in, which means that Roman Mavlanov will take over from Daniel Zampieri.
That's part of the problem. The pits get busy. Nissan couldn't get that car squared up, and he's going to put a lot of pressure on the team. Look at the stretch on the fuel hose, for example, and then it's going to be the airlines are going to be stretched to get around. Now that's a poor piece of driving. Whoever brought that car in could have done better, in my opinion, and he's put pressure on the team. You can almost see the difficulty the refuelers got getting the dry brake attached to the fuel cell.
Wolfgang Wright is the man in question, John, having brought the car in. Now, Lawrence Vanthoor, this is the end of 26 laps. He should be in this time. Yes, he is, bang on cue.
And one of the things, Wolfgang Wright coming through the Nissan GT Academy, when you're playing online, a computer game, maybe that kind of mistake doesn't penalise you as much as it does in real life. So we wait and see. He's going to get in. Marcus Winkelhock is going to take over the car from race leader Lawrence Vanthoor. You see his seat insert slightly smaller, certainly in terms of body weight, slightly lighter than Lawrence Vanthoor. So that seat insert is there to slip in, and then he can use the same seat belt, the harness, particularly the harness, because you don't want to really have to adjust that, and the top straps, the shoulder straps, will you adjust those anyway to tighten them down.
Lawrence Vanthoor out of there as quick as anything. He was absolutely on his toes, straight out of the car, drops his gloves on the floor, turns around, straps Marcus Winkelhock in. It's not just a quick car, it's not just that it's well engineered. Audi spends so much time in every aspect making sure nothing is left to chance, and here the driver doesn't finish his stint when he gets out of the car. There's this little extra bit which is to strap in the co-driver, and all of that is done with minimal fuss and with great speed and efficiency. Now Lawrence Vanthoor has done.
And the key to that is the driver fitness. These drivers, they've got training programs, and frequently Audi might turn around to them and say, come into our gym, we want to put you through a series of tests to ensure that when the guys leave a racetrack, they're not all sort of lying on the beach and enjoying pina coladas. They are actually training, they're cycling, swimming, running, whatever their particular favorite form of exercise is. And that's where the bonuses pay, that you get out of the car, you're fresh getting out of the car, and you can help your co-driver get in, and then you go away and you can take your helmet off, change your overalls. Stole by Marcus Winkelhock.
Reset everything.
That's a disappointment, Marcus, because you've lost maybe 5 seconds. May not pay big penalty right now. Side by side.
This is all about traffic now, isn't it? That's Christopher Mies' car, number 3, and he stayed at the wheel of it, actually. He's double stinted there.
So Guy Smith is up now to 5th place, yet to pit.
Yeah. Maxime Martin has yet to pit. He is the leading non-stopper, 66 BMW. He stayed out a long, long time.
So as it says, in pit for the Bentley, or maybe that's one, number 8.
He's in now, yes. He's in the pit lane, either driving in or driving out. There he's driving out, number 1, which is now Marcus Winkelhock at the wheel of that car. the man who normally heads the engineering force, the British engineer Adam Hardy, having to skip this race. It was his best chance of winning a 24-hour race, he felt, and he's stuck in a maternity ward waiting for Mrs. to get on with it. And so he's doing all this from the hospital, I think.
Yeah. The race leader will become Maxime Martin momentarily.
Yeah.
He has also yet to make his first pit stop, so it'll be Maxime Martin. But he may actually come in at the end of his lead lap. I think he's going to have to.
Well, he's done. It will be 27 if he pits this time, and to go that far on the first tank of fuel is good going. So Maxime Martin will have done a very good stint. Where is he on track at the moment?
Just
coming down to the bus stop.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're looking at Les Combes and up into.
He's continuing. No, he's not.
He's in this time.
It's just the way the graphic we have in the commentary booth indicated that he'd stayed on track, but in fact he has come into the pit. So 66 led for that one lap, and he didn't even get to complete the lap before he had to come in, and ran it right to the ragged edge. Came in on lap 27.
So Maxime Martin then was the race leader, and 27 laps on that tank of fuel is worth monitoring. So 26 laps, there the car is. We thought 26 was good going for the leading Audi. And with Edward Sandstrom having pitted and given way to Stefan Ortelli, that car, of course, remains behind the number 1 Audi, so we need to see where this BMW feeds back in. But of course, it was quite a long way down in the top 10 relative to the leaders, so it's going to be Winkelhock from Ortelli after the first round of pit stops for the race lead.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting just to see how the BMW pit stop goes, and right into the rear tyres.
Yeah, fuel and
so
drive.
It's going to be Winkelhock and Ortelli, I think, comfortably. The gap between the first and third is probably going to be about 8 or 9 seconds. Maybe not quite that much. The Winkelhock had that slight hesitation.
That's right, yeah.
Leaving the pit box.
And of course, straight away, he's back into traffic. And traffic now is a factor they're going to have to cope with for 22 hours and 54 minutes. And everybody will complain about traffic. It's going to affect them from here to the very end of the race. So there is the man back into the lead, or the car back in the lead, number 1, Marcus Winkelhock at the wheel.
The other factor is, of course, the last time these cars were on track was 9 o'clock this morning, 9 till 9:20, when track conditions and ambient temperature was actually quite foggy at different parts of the circuit. Now, Marcus Winkelhock's jumped into a car which is warm, to put it mildly. Racetrack much, much warmer. Aerodynamics are affected by the heat. When you get very hot air, the aerodynamics become less efficient. It would have been lovely and grippy in the morning. The fact is that Marcus didn't. I'm not sure. Maybe he did do the warm up this morning. But it's a different car to the car that you may have last driven, whether it was 24 hours ago or whether it was maybe just simply 7 hours ago.
How much does a car change over 24 hours? With different people driving it, with different conditions around you, with brakes, with tyres, with all of that. How much does a car evolve and change?
It's not going to get better. If it can stay consistent, then you've got a great car. And the thing, I mean, for me, doing 24-hour races, and I was fortunate I didn't have to do too many of them, Grand Prix are only 2 hours maximum. We didn't have a 24-hour Grand Prix. But when I did, for example, Daytona Beach for Jaguar and the XJR 9s, I think they were at the time, a lot of braking at Daytona, and the thing that really hurt you most wasn't actually the driving bit, it was the brake pedal. The brake pedal with the carbon fiber discs that we ran on the Jaguar at that time. Your foot, the sole of your foot was so heavily bruised by pushing on the brake pedal. It was agony every time you had to put your foot in the brake. So it was a lot of lift off and coast into a corner to take away from the having to nail the brake to try and slow the car down.
Slightly different problem. Matt Griffin was saying last week after he won his class in the European Le Mans Series race at the Red Bull Ring, it was so hot both there and in the car, his racing boot had melted to the pedal, so he couldn't get out very well.
Of course, stuck to the pedal. Modern GT car, you've got all the water piping. In some cases, it will come through the centre console in the cockpit, so it's almost like having an engine on the other side of your body.
You're looking at the fight for second place. The white Audi is now Stefan Ortelli, and the black one is Christopher Mies, who's double stinted, and that car has really bought back in. The leader is Marcus Winkelhock, so number 1 leads as ever it did. Up into second now has come Stefan Ortelli in the Santalot car, and up into third has come Christopher Mies. So that now is the car that has really gained on the pit stops, because Mies has caught back up into this leading fight, and he's also going a bit quicker than Ortelli. He's now about to try and find a way up the inside.
Well, Ortelli is being slightly hampered by the Ferrari just ahead, but as you point out, Christopher Mies, by staying in the car, he hasn't had to adapt to driving the car, so he's fresh in terms of what the car does. Stefan Ortelli, who knows these Audis upside down, inside out, and will drive it anywhere in the racetrack to do what he has to do. He's having to struggle to make a way round the Ferrari, as we now see. The gap between Winkelhock and Ortelli, 13.5 seconds. But Mies to Ortelli, 0.436 of a second.
And then fourth is 77, now Dirk Werner for Marc VDS, so that's come up the order. Fifth is Simon Canap, having taken over from Alessandro Pierguidi, that's dropped down. Sixth is Augusto Farfus in for Maxime Martin, that's gone up the order. Seventh is Andre Lotterer, now in for Fassler. Eighth is Afanasiev in for Steph Dusseldorf, so that's another one that's dropped down. Ninth, I'll come to in a moment. 10th is Ollie Bryant for Curie Coste. Now, 9th is number 84 Mercedes. John, who's driving?
My mate, Bernd, the 24-hour king, Schneider.
Who is just a redoubtable bloke because he's as quick, if not quicker, than ever he was.
Has he won more 24-hour races than any racing driver ever, apart from Tom Christensen, possibly, who's only won at Le Mans, I believe?
Not convinced. I need to do some more crunching of numbers, but he's certainly won a fair few in the last couple of years, plus 1989 here. Right, Maxime Martin is with Ben in the pits.
One of the last cars to make a first pit stop in the first hour here of the 24 hours was Maxime Martin. How was your first run of the car?
Everything is going well. We had a good stint, nothing special to say. It's still really long, so we take it easy. In traffic sometimes it's quite a bit difficult, but no, for the moment everything is good.
The warm-up was quite cool this morning with the temperatures very low. It's very hot now. How is the car feeling over the full stint?
Yeah, it's quite hard on tires. So at the end we're quite struggling a bit with the grip, but yeah, I think it's going to cool down a bit and it will be better, better and better during the race.
And any special reason as to why that you were able to come in a couple of laps too late? Or latest?
No, it was the latest we could, I think, so it was really on the edge, but yeah, it's okay, it's good.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
A great character, a great guy, great driver, and it's good to have him back in the event because the fear was that we'd lost him to the DTM.
Christopher Mies has got ahead.
So Christopher Mies loses out and gains the place.
Ortelli is the one that drops back, but Ortelli's trying to get back. So that was a pass around the back of the circuit. May have been coming into the bus stop chicane. And now we've got the BMW battling some of the back markers. And again, you can see just how busy you get clumps of cars, maybe up to a dozen cars, of which some are competitive, some are gentleman drivers, others are the Pro-Am category, and it's a frustration, but that's inevitable. Other times you'll be driving on your own and wonder where had they all gone home and left you out on your own.
Augusto Farfus in 66, another man on the charge, trying to get himself up through the traffic, and you end up with clumps of these cars. Whoops, Ferrari goes way, way wide there.
Yeah, that was a big oversteer moment, and the car stepped out to the left. Just looking further down the field, just wonder what happened to number 7. Bentley down in 16th place, but it's making its way up through the field. So Guy Smith handed the car over, and whether that was... It was falling away in the second half of which was maybe a little bit surprising.
Not to that level, you're right. Yeah, that's one for Ben to go and investigate, I think. If we can keep Ben in the top pits, he'll go and investigate Bentley's for us if he doesn't mind, because that's a question mark, Ben, over number 7, as to why Andy Merrick is now behind the wheel, but the car's lost time. I know that you always drop down a bit on pit stops, but it can cycle back through.
And once the cycle is sort of complete after about 3 laps of everybody stopping and recommencing, look how wide. Look, I mean, I'm talking about track abuse. You push up a sand or a cloud. That was a major drop of the right wheel off the racetrack.
Yes, the Russian Bears SMP Racing Ferrari in question that was started by Zampieri. I think it's now Roman Mavlanov in that car. 84 Ben Schneider then in 9th place, and he's on the back of Sergei Afanasiev. Now this will be interesting. They are in the same team, same type of Mercedes, and running nose to tail, but Schneider is a man on a mission.
Yes, you can see again the lights flashing, and if I was Afanasiev, I would be thinking, wow, I've got the greatest driver of 24-hour races at Spa, Nürburgring, or wherever, wanting past. And again, you've got the Mercedes being threatened by a Mercedes, also having to deal with back-marking traffic, and this is always the issue. Coming up into the bus stop chicane, if you position yourself correctly, get the run, you can take the position, but again, running wide off the track. Now dives up the inside, and the BMW takes the position. I don't know what happened to the 2 Mercedes behind, whether Bernd Schneider was able to make ground or not.
Over the line goes 66 then, and so now you've got the Marc VDS car in the hands of Augusto Farfus, turning his way through La Source.
I think Schneider might be looking up the inside into La Source. Just waiting to see the tail of this group of cars coming through. Andy Merrick leads this lot down into Eau Rouge. Big compression. That's why you need a seat insert. You've got to be so tightly attached to the seat because the loads, the physical loads, even in a GT car, are sufficiently high. If you don't, you'll pull ribs and you really can hurt yourself if you're not located properly in a car.
All the traffic heads uphill. How is the number 2 Audi doing? Andre Lotter running in 7th place. Schneider working his way through the traffic. The Flexbox Ferrari, the car of Dennis Anderson and Martin Jensen through the shot. Right now, more news. There's an awful lot to keep on top of in this race. Let's go back down to Ben Constanduras.
Yeah, no problem for the Bentley in that last stop. A slightly slower stop than perhaps they can do ultimately, but Stephen Kane very happy with the car so far, and they came in 12th position, came out in 16th. Just a few guys are a little bit faster than them in the pits.
All right, thanks for that, Ben. Interesting to know, and no doubt the stops will get faster and faster as the team gets more used to it, and indeed the pressure gets onto them during the race, John.
Yeah, I mean, it's this. The first 4 hours of a 24-hour race are effectively a sprint, and then as you start again, this thing of going from daylight into dusk into darkness, there's a sort of a magic almost takes over on the racetrack, and things become almost surreal, and it's not necessarily go at it, flat out racing. You've cycled all your 3 drivers, or in some cases in the Pro-Ams, your 4 drivers through, and everybody's now settling in for the nighttime stretch. It gets dark here roughly about 9:30 to 10 o'clock. Gets light about maybe at best 4:30, 4:45 in the morning. So you've got the best part of 6.5, depending what the night's like, maybe 7 hours of darkness. On a racetrack, that is a dark racetrack. It's got forest pretty much all the way around. And look at that pass from Bernd Schneider up the inside. Eventually, it had to happen.
And look at this for third. Ortelli versus Dirk Werner then. The two of them are together. Stefan Ortelli runs third. Werner fourth. Fifth is Farfus now. He's just got ahead of Simon Knapp. So battles in this second stint are really starting to shake up, aren't they? Bernd Schneider then up into 8th place at the expense of Sergei Afanasiev. I still can't get over the weather. I'm sure I'm at the wrong place.
Well, I mean, I've never been to Spa, where you've had effectively 3 days of consecutively beautiful weather, and I hope it stays. I hope it's a record, because there's nothing worse than going out on a racetrack in the middle of the night, pouring down. What they've actually done at the Spa circuit, and they have had to do it primarily because of the flooding and the water that runs diagonally across the racetrack, is they've had to score the racetrack to create groups. And in fact, directly opposite where we're sitting in the commentary booth, pretty much at the start-finish line, there's a series of deep grooves about 4 inches, let's talk about imperial measurements, apart, and that's to help the standing water clear. And that particular part of the start-finish straight was notorious for aquaplaning.
Yes, it was, 3 years ago. It was a hugely wet race and lots of damage done. The fight for third, again, despite the fact that Dirk Werner has charged up onto the back of Ortelli, now the good old BOP comes into play, and he's finding it hard to find a way past. Ortelli defends, turning his way now into the Piff Paff. So 77 BMW, which at the moment is the gun car at Mark VDS. You're riding now with Dirk Werner, who was a DTM racer last year, fell out of bed with the factory team for the DTM, but stays on the books, so he's put into GT cars, and he's hunting down Stefan Ortelli, and there is Bas Leinders watching on from the pit bunker.
Well, it's always the tense moment when you see your driver hunting down a competitor, and Stefan Ortelli is as tough as they come. He's not going to give any opportunity, but the BMW's just got more natural pace. It's a matter of not if, but when. And let's have a look and see. He's probably too far behind to do anything on the Audi coming up. He's going to have a look, he's going to have a sniff, do the long way around, but Ortelli good in the brakes and slows it. Not only slows the Audi down, but slows the BMW down, which is the more important exercise. So you may not have the ideal line into the bus stop chicane, but make sure you punish the car that's following you so as they don't gain an advantage. But again, looking up the inside, can't quite think it's possible into La Source.
Through the hairpin. If you talk to anybody from Audi and anybody from BMW, they'll say, well, balanced performance has hurt us. We just haven't got enough straight line speed, you know. Well, this is a good comparison of who has got the grunt.
Well, Audi did get some relief. They were given a slightly larger restrictor in the intake, so they've gained a little bit. I'm not sure whether BMW feel they've won, lost or drawn in that sort of BOP equation. It's such a are finely adjusted to try and keep everybody at the same fundamental. The problem is that some cars are slightly more aerodynamically efficient and consequently maybe haven't got the straight line speed, whereas others, being less aerodynamically efficient, might have slightly more straight line speed. And Spa first and third sectors here are more about straight line performance. It's this middle sector that we're now in where the BMW's performance ought to have an advantage over the Audi.
So let's see if that is the case. Downhill, Ortelli though, with the car squirming a little bit, accelerates away. Still a remarkable guy, Stefan Ortelli, isn't he? His enthusiasm for motor racing after so many years of being a frontline competitor is undimmed.
Well, what else would he do?
Exactly.
When you're a racing driver and you're still fit, you're still competitive, you still are in demand from teams, and you're still motivated and driven, you love it. It's your life. Why else would you want to do anything else?
And you think, yes, he's a Le Mans winner and a Spa 24 winner, and then you think, but it was 1998 when he won at Le Mans. It's quite a long time ago now, but he may not have the ultimate pace of, say, a Vanthoor or a Ras, but he's still very quick and he's reliable and he's a very safe pair of hands. A couple of years ago in Blancpain, he did get involved in a few incidents, and that's when he was perhaps trying to race against the young guns. Now he runs at an Ortelli pace and keeps out of trouble and is just so dependable. You can understand why Audi want him on the book still.
Oh, indeed. And I mean, what happens at companies like Audi, where I think they are outstanding, is that at a point when a driver decides to stand down as a current driver, there is always some form of role, ambassadorial or otherwise, within the company. And I think looking after those drivers who've committed their lives to your team, they've had high days and low days, but they still, Alan McNish is a case in point.
Yes, absolutely. And Stefan Ortelli then, looking for a second Spa 24 win, goes over the timing line. Dirk Werner behind him, brakes, turns into La Source, hustles it down the hill past the endurance pits, the good old start and finish area for so many years. I said pre-race, this is the really iconic part of the start area at Spa.
I was actually looking at some of the photographs from the 90 years prior, and going back to the 60s, when there was a touring car race in the sense of a saloon car race. And I mean, they had Le Mans starts. I mean, they had Le Mans starts probably up until the late 60s, early 70s, until the point when seatbelts became mandatory, and you had to start with your seatbelts fully attached.
Yeah, for years.
Good old days.
Good old days. For years, the European Touring Car Championship had its blue ribbon event here, and then when the regulations splintered and different countries did different things, so it had a few barren years before GT racing came here. Right, we talk about Stefan Ortelli's car third. Let's hear from Edward Sandstrom with Ben.
Incredible pace from the opening stint with Edward Sandstrom in this 26 car. Enjoyed out there?
Absolutely. Was going pretty well, but I had a bit too much understeer, a little bit slight understeer in the car, so that hampered me a bit. But it gripped up a little bit in the end, and when the fuel goes out, the car gets a bit more balanced.
Does that mean Stefan has tweaked the tyre pressures for his stint now?
I hope we can help him a little bit there, but we have to work on it step by step.
And watching it, he's having a good battle with the Audi.
Sorry?
Watching it, he's having a good battle with the BMW.
No, with the Mercedes, right? Yeah, I was following him, and sometimes I catched him a bit, and sometimes I lost a bit, but it was a pretty easy stint, and I didn't want to. I want to get settled in the race in a good way.
Well, thanks for talking to us. Enjoy the rest of the race.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, Ben's talking about the battle now, which is Ortelli versus Werner. Edward Sandstrom was talking about his battle in his own stint with the Mercedes, so slightly cross wires.
A misunderstanding, partly because there's so much noise in the pit lane that it's quite difficult always to get the full nuance of the question.
So coming down towards the bus stop, nose to tail there. Werner tries to get up the inside, or just tries to find a bit of room.
Well, that's the closest he's managed to get the BMW to the tail of the Audi, and that was under brakes, and it was almost a contact between the BMW and the Audi in the bus stop chicane. So maybe Werner's getting a bit fed up, having to sort of swallow the exhaust of the Audi of Stefan Ortelli.
We're getting one or two more warning flags about track limits. Let's just get this to bed once and for all, John. What does all this not respecting the track limits mean?
Okay, Spa-Francorchamps is an historic racetrack. It was a great racetrack where if you put a wheel off the racetrack, you probably had a massive accident. As a consequence of evolution and the safety driven by the FIA, the governing body of motorsport, every racetrack that hosts effectively what is a Formula One Grand Prix has had to reassess the safety. Consequently, you've seen the limits of the racetrack extended and extended. Now you've got a curb on the exit of a corner, then you may have a bit of AstroTurf, and then you may have a bit of tarmac. You are not meant to put more than 2 wheels off the racetrack. That's acceptable. If you allowed all 4, watching the exit here, I mean, just on the limit from the Audi and the BMW, if you put all 4 wheels clearly off the racetrack, and in the process you gain an advantage, then that's when the stewards say, start respecting the track limits. We are watching you. Again, coming through the exit of Pujo, that's the limit of what would be acceptable. If Werner in the BMW, took a big punt, tried to drive the car hard through Pujo corner, ran wide, maybe picked up another couple of miles an hour on the exit, and then put his car alongside or inside going into Fagnes, that might be seen as an unfair manoeuvre, and he could again be penalised. It's the fact that drivers have got to learn to drive with the racetrack, not what they think they can use, but what they are instructed is correct and fair.
The race director has a bank of CCTV monitors. He has marshals with the ability to report back from every corner to tell him if cars are going over the track limits. He's got the pictures that you've got, so you can see it, and he can see it as well. Dirk Werner has spent another lap stuck behind Stefan Ortelli, coming up towards the line. Past the pits they will go. This is the battle on track at the moment for 3rd and 4th, and while they're squabbling like this, Christopher Mies, running in 2nd place, is getting away from them a little bit. But at the moment, the car that leads, Marcus Winkelhock, is being caught because Christopher Mies is about half a second a lap quicker.
Yes, it's down to just under 14 seconds, 13.8 seconds gap between 1st and 2nd. This clearly is the focus of the battle for the final top 3 positions, and Stefan Ortelli in the Audi wheel perfect through Eau Rouge over the top at Radillon, and Werner in the BMW just shadowing every move. Now here's the opportunity that Werner is going to wait for. There's traffic ahead, lap traffic. It's a question of Ortelli using his guile, his experience to boot that, and Ortelli slightly wide in the entrance to Lecombe, made a mistake, overran, and that's again given Werner thought for hope that he could put more pressure and dive down the inside into Bruxelles would be brave, sort of cut off by Ortelli fairly early into the entry phase of the corner. Stefan Ortelli may be losing a little bit of grip from the Audi with this pressure coming from the BMW of Werner.
He's having to focus, isn't he, on what is behind, because he knows he can't afford to go half a length out of line because that BM is going to attack him as they come downhill. Dirk Werner did a personal best in the first sector on this lap, although the Audi's got good run there through Pau. The Audi's good through corners, it's got speed there, and Werner's going to have to catch up again.
Remember, Edred Sandstrom just told us that this car, the car we're looking at through the glass of the window, of the BMW, has a little bit too much understeer. That's probably the reason Stefan Ortelli, they haven't maybe been able to fix the understeer. That might be more than just simply a fresh set of tyres. It might mean a minor adjustment to the rear wing or just a flap adjustment. They've chosen not to do it. They may do it some point there. Ortelli getting very exercised indeed on the lights. He knows he's under pressure. It's up to him to find a way to use that traffic and sort of halt the march forward, the momentum. Again, running very, very wide on the entry to the first part of Blanchimont. Almost flat out through there for the BMW, so it's got good grip.
Down through the gears into the bus stop. Stefan Ortelli wants to get through this traffic, and Dirk Werner wants to get past Ortelli, who gets held up a little bit. They are absolutely together. Here comes the BMW up over the timing line. Stefan Ortelli goes to the inside to get through the traffic. Dirk Werner's going to have to go through the middle. Ortelli brakes as late as he does. Werner goes with him into the corner, tucks it into the apex, but he still can't find a way through.
I mean, those are horrible moments for a driver when you know that you've got traffic ahead of you. It's slowing your momentum, particularly in a slow corner such as the exit coming through the bus stop chicane. And then the drop down into Eau Rouge. Again, the momentum might go slightly to the BMW because the Audi's had to swing out from behind the Gugnon, Poussin, McLaren. BMW's now using the slipstream of that McLaren to try and do something. Gets alongside the McLaren, didn't really gain anything out of it. And in fact, he's had that position, the Poussin, McLaren just shuts the door. Now, that was a little bit cruel to Dirk Werner to find himself in that situation, but that's what Ortelli was looking for. Now he's alongside the McLaren down the hill, and again I mean, this is a lap car. And the BMW climbing over the curb on the inside. Talk about respecting track limits on the exit. That was on the apex of the corner.
It's Olivier Grutz in the McLaren who is not doing a terribly good job here of getting out of the way, is he? And Bas Linders is a frustrated Bas Linders.
Come on, Baz, get on the phone to the race director.
We might have a word with Ben first, but if he doesn't, he'll be up the stairs to Alain Adam, because this is not good. You can see the time that's being lost, and that McLaren just will not get out of the way. Fine, no, still Grutz doesn't make life easy. Let's see if he can get it done round the outside. No, this is a yellow card for sure.
Well, I mean, I think this is just inexperience or just selfishness, whatever you choose to catch it. Terrible.
Right, well, we're not impressed by that. Let's see what Bas Linders has to say about it. Let's go to Ben.
That's the challenge of gentlemen and pro drivers together there on screen. I'm guessing you're a little bit upset about how the McLaren's behaving.
Well, of course. I mean, we're lapping these guys. There should be some blue flags out there. I can understand that they don't have to move aside straight away, but this is a little bit too much. So hopefully it's the last time we see it, also for our competition. But it's part of the 24 hours of Spa. There's a lot of cars on track. Everybody needs to find his space.
In general, though, this year you've got 5 out of 6 works BMW drivers. Is that a lot of pressure on your team?
Well, I mean, it's a joint pressure together with BMW and Mark VDS. I mean, we both want to have a good result. We had some bad luck in recent 24 hours, recent years, so we really need to turn that around quickly.
And for you, you're sitting on the pit wall all the 24 hours. Is that a frustration?
Well, even when I was racing, I would be standing sometimes on the pit wall, but at night I would go to sleep. So this time I will stay awake. It's a little bit different, but I was already managing quite a big part of the team before. Yeah, now we just hope to get more details right. But if the car stays in one piece, I think we have a good chance.
Fingers crossed, thank you.
And that little moment for Dirk Werner cost him 2 seconds, last 2 seconds to Stefano Telli. And again, you know, that can eke out to 3 and 4 seconds. Once again, they come into the slower traffic. You know, sometimes when one maneuver doesn't work for you, it sets off a process where you seemingly get caught all the time, and the car you're chasing somehow is managing to get through all the time.
A little bit lower down the order is the charging Richard Muscat, 31st now, having picked up 29 spots from his grid position. How's that for a drive by the Australian? And he's now pretty much on the pace of some of the other Mercedes. 84 Mercedes that we're looking at is Bernd Schneider, who is up into 7th place. And that means that having got ahead of Sergei Afanasiev, he's now catching Andre Lostra. How about this? Andre Lostra versus Bernd Schneider. Fantastic. This is another reason why you should love the Spa 24 Hours, because you have this great variety of drivers. Some who are a little older than others, like Bernd Schneider, but still as quick as ever. You've got Andre Lostra, one of the current real stars of modern-day sports car racing. And he just looked at that traffic, which out of nowhere, one car that was happened across by that battle has affected it. So races like this, and at this circuit particularly, are so unpredictable. That's just another factor of why, personally, I think this is a wonderful event.
It is. I mean, it's totally frustrating to come across a car which has got good straight line performance. But what really was frustrating to me, let alone to Dirk Werner, was that it was obvious that the BMW was lapping the McLaren. Yeah. Why start getting all racy? There's nothing to be big shunt. And that's a Ferrari, and where has that gone off?
That's the top of Eau Rouge, isn't it? And is that Mavlenov in the 100? It's the SMP racing car.
There's going to be a safety car for sure, and that's maybe going to take the line. He's getting out of the car, so that's a good sign. Unfortunately, he's getting out on the side that traffic is coming through. I hope people respect, and some of those cars, the Mercedes there particularly, came up the hill over radio way too quick.
It's going to be a safety car, isn't it?
Oh dear me, falling over bits of the bodywork and get out of the way.
Svakislav Maliv, in fairness, who is the man who's had the accident. He's okay, a bit shaken, but there's not much of that car left.
Well, that is a big accident, limping understandably. So we're going to see the safety car. It's still yet waiting to be deployed. What is this? Some cars going one side, some are going the other side. That has been a heavy hit. Bodywork, carbon fibre, shards of carbon fibre, bits of the bodywork. You can see up against the barrier, significant parts of the suspension. In fact, not the rear wheel suspension. So everybody now being filtered through on the other side, because the near side against this barrier we can see a lot of bits of bodywork, bits of car.
It's not just moving the car, is it? It's moving all the debris off the road, because if people go over that, they're going to get punctures, but still no safety car.
So car 100 in the middle of the track at turn 3. So there he is limping away.
It's a big hit.
Yeah, it was a big. I mean, in a GT car, there's a lot of space for your body, particularly your lower limbs, to rattle around, and inevitably your knees get a massive crack. There's the safety car, the medical car, coming to take him away, and no doubt he will be taken to the medical centre to be checked out. Still waiting for the safety car to be deployed. It seems very strange that it's not been deployed.
I mean, the race director...
Let's look and see, here we go.
Yeah, talk us through it, John.
Well, last year we saw we were a bit too greedy on the inside, got into a tank slapper, loses it, slams.
Whoa.
Luckily, same plough to the track. Alex Buncombe, his part, it was a mechanical failure. That was a big hit, but fortunately it was on the passenger side, and there the car rotates around and round, and the Nissan behind so almost could have been involved in that incident.
And so could the number 4 Audi there, the Pro-Am car that had to duck to the inside. We do now get the safety car, by the way. It has now been deployed.
Somebody flew up.
Yeah.
I mean, the drivers are not, maybe there wasn't a yellow flag as yet being displayed at the bottom of Eau Rouge. There should have been, and certainly many of the drivers were not slowing down anywhere near the level. Now, safety car deployed.
So Vacislav Maliv it is who's had the accident. It does now bring out the safety car.
And that's going to be sort of 10 minutes minimum. The barrier is going to have to be actually there's one of the wheels. Yeah. You can see that was a big hit on the right side of the Ferrari. Again, fluid probably all over the racetrack. That's not going to be a cheap repair.
No, there is a good old-fashioned Latin word to describe that, and it isn't a very, very good sight.
I mean, every part of the car, I mean, the only bit that looks maybe undamaged is the left front, and I wouldn't want to put a bet on that either. Mechanicals of the car, the engine gearbox, hopefully are fine, but certainly bodywork and suspension components on both sides and the rear.
Sorry, just lobs bodywork at the car.
But he's probably just...
Let's have another look at this.
Get a look again, and this is scary stuff. This is on board the Nissan, who sees what's going on, and where is he going to go? Oh, hold your breath. Actually, almost close your eyes and just aim for the gap.
And that Nissan was being driven by Alex Buncombe, who thought, I've done that myself.
Well, he's done it himself.
I've had it done to me.
I mean, I have to say,
breakage,
Alex shunt was a big shunt.
Yeah.
And his car came to a stop, didn't dissipate the energy as much as the Ferrari did by bouncing off. It took a lot of the shock out of the impact.
And in fairness,
nevertheless, big impact for both drivers.
In fairness to Alex, last year his accident was a breakage that put him off. That was Maliv taking, as you said, a bit greedy on the inside with the curb, and that unsettled him and spat him off.
I mean, just once he grabbed the inside of the curb, the right rear went into a bit of a hop, skip and a jump, and then the back went around, and then it just slid up into the barrier. And well, there's not much of the front of that Ferrari left. No. I mean, there's the footwell, which is all that's there.
So that's going to be a lot of clearing up of the debris. Have another look.
Yeah, now watch how greedy he is. Oh, he takes a lot of it. But, I mean, did he deserve to be punished that heavily? And those tyre barriers, there's water. That's what goes spraying. There's the right front wheel. And that's going to take a few minutes to get put back into situ. Watch the Nissan coming. I mean, Buncombe was, within a second of being behind the Ferrari. I'm sure he saw in his peripheral vision, but he didn't anticipate the Ferrari coming into what is a closing gap, and he got through, he squeaked through. And that's hitting that at the best part of 120 mile an hour.
Our cameraman is currently picking bits of Ferrari off his lens and also getting sponsorship to sort out his laundry bill, because that was pretty scary for him.
Yeah, and he got a shower for nothing.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a sorry sight. We say some of this with our tongues and our cheeks, but it's a very sorry sight to see a car annihilated in that way. I'm afraid to say that normally in the Spa 24 Hours we lose 2 or 3 at that part of the circuit during the race, and that's our first major casualty. Suddenly punctures and a bit of suspension damage pales into insignificance. Now let's have another look at the accident. We'll have another look at full speed, but it's the sound more than anything. Just listen to this.
I mean, that's like a bomb going off.
It is, isn't it?
I mean, that is unbelievable. I can't imagine the G impact, but that would certainly, any G meter in a car would have gone off the register. Big hit. And remember, in that car, your legs, the lower part of your legs, are just floating around, and they'll be flung from one side of the foot box to the other, and inevitably it's your knees come together, and whatever other bruising that will be. I've never seen a Ferrari 458 dissembled with the rapidity of this one.
It's a 451, I think, now, because so much has dropped off it. But that's very quick work, in fairness, by the officials. They've now got it on the flat back. I know they've got a lot of sweeping up to be done, but they're cracking on with the job.
The biggest job is going to be rebuilding the tower wall, because that will need to be at a point that probably, if there's going to be another incident, somebody will go straight to the point where the Ferrari has made a significant, I would say, dent. But the car itself being removed very quickly indeed, but a lot of debris on the racetrack, and that will need to be cleared away, and that's going to be another 5 or 10 minutes.
So we are at Spa. We are behind the safety car. This is the reason. One smashed Ferrari, and car 100 effectively is our first retirement of the race. Let's catch up on the highlights of the 90th anniversary of the Total 24 Hours of Spa. A busy grid in glorious sunshine, a packed house here to watch the action, waved away by Felix Baumgartner, the space diver, with Audi and Ferrari on the front of the grid. One last opportunity to get warmth into the tyres and then blast off, with Laurens Vanthoor bagging the lead and Alessandro Pierguidi this time slotting in behind him. The 100 Ferrari that's just crashed had an early spin with Daniel Zampieri at the wheel. Nick Katzberg got muckered as Stefan Mucker went for the inside and they touched, and the 8 Bentley was in strife early on. So was the number 380 Ferrari with a spin coming out of the hairpin at the source when Pierre Hershey dropped it. And then the pit stops came with punctured tyres. First of all for Marco Ciocci. Great battle between Marcel Fassler and Guy Smith as number 2 Audi worked its way through. Kevin Est had to do some running repairs in his McLaren. There was contact causing damage to Porsche, damage to Nissan. Alvaro Parent was hustling up the order, and there was a worried looking Vincent Voss in the garage. Martin Ragginger then had a liquid loss and spun on his own oil going through Les Cons. A good Mercedes fight caused both cars to bounce over the curb and the grass as Bas Linders watched Dirk Werner getting on with the job and working his way up through the field. He was almost ready to pounce on Stefan Ortelli when the rather uncooperative Oliver Grotz got in the way in the McLaren and effectively ruined a whole lap for Werner. And then Vacislav Maliv had his monster accident going through Eau Rouge. And that put the car out of the race and brought out the safety car within this second hour here at Spa.
But the good news is the team will be on the phone to Ferrari customer service, ordering the bits. If not, it'll probably be a brand new rolling chassis. In fact, from Michelotto.
Yeah.
There is the car coming back, and well, that might be salvageable in some form or other. But now the work begins in reconstructing the tower wall, and it takes a little bit of time, a considerable amount of car. The binding that goes in front of that, the rubber strapping, for want of another word, has been split, and that's got to be reattached, and that's what keeps the tyre bales in position. So when a car hits it, the car doesn't split the bales and go straight through. You can see a concrete wall directly behind, which would be very serious. So that webbing or binding that has to be reconnected to the tyre wall is going to take a little bit of time. It's going to be almost, if you imagine somebody who wears a wig, anybody we know, and the way a sophisticated wig is attached to your head is that you have got a matrix which is glued to your scalp, and then they weave or stitch the wig to that matrix, and in effect what they've got to do is the similar thing. They've got to stitch that binding or webbing back to the tower wall. Sorry for the long-winded analogy. I hope the person I'm referring to didn't pick it up. He'll be very upset.
That is our wig correspondent reporting live from Spa. Right, let's have a quick look at how the top 10 stands. Marcus Winkelhock leads from Christopher Mies. The gap that was, what did I tell you it was? 13 seconds is down to 4. Christopher Mies is second ahead by 2 seconds of Stefan Ortelli, who is 1 second ahead of Dirk Werner, who is 3 seconds ahead of Augusto Farfus, who is 3 seconds ahead of Andre Lotre, who is 2.9 seconds, called it 3, ahead of Ben Schneider. 8th is Sergei Afanasiev, 9th is Simon Canap. Now, Pro-Am, when we go green again, is going to be interesting because you've got Simon Canap in the Ferrari, 5 seconds ahead of Joe Osborne, who's taken over from Darren Turner in the MP Motorsport Aston Martin. That's going well.
But I don't understand why the gaps are so large. They should be running. They may have to run to a delta time, which is a preset amount of speed they can do. But they should not allow a gap. If you're on it, you've got to make sure that knowing what the safety car is going to be, come back into the pits, and I just wonder whether it's going to be this lap or one more lap. They've done a great job up at Eau Rouge to repair the barrier, and of course this is a new dynamic for the race. The comfortable lead that Markus Winkelhock had enjoyed, that's effectively gone. But equally the battle between Ortelli and Werner, well, we know how close that was, so that one's sort of a net result. Nobody's benefited, nobody's lost.
Some of those gaps I've given you, of course, will have a back marker between cars, so that's some of it. How much, though, of cars dropping back is so they can just sit in some cool, clear air for a bit?
As I say, I think within the regulations there is a sort of what they describe as a delta time.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to drop back and open up a big gap because you get this sort of motorway effect, then everybody gets backed up. Then suddenly you go and then the whole system becomes uncontrollable. So they're all pretty much required to keep within a distance or a time, and that's fundamentally what I think we're seeing here now. So no one driver car package is going to get the advantage or the lead. The only thing is reading the point at which the safety car has been, or it will return to the pits, and then it's coming in this lap. And then Winkelhock, who's got control, once he's decided he's going, then he's got to make sure that Mies isn't quite as alert as he ought to be, and he can then open up that little gap. When you had a 13.5, 14-second gap, it was nice and comfortable. Now, just look to see where Mies is on the track. Well, Mies has got two cars between himself and Winkelhock, so Winkelhock's got a little bit of a comfort, but then he's directly behind a whole group of slow cars, so it's even Stevens.
And also factor in that because of the length of the circuit, there are two safety car trains. We talk about the safety car because that's how it is termed, the safety car period, but there are two trains, two safety car lines. So one is deployed at the source, one is deployed near turn 12, which is heading down towards the Piff Paff, and there are two safety car lines as well, so that one safety car will peel off at Pouin and they can go racing towards the pit when they get to Piff Paff. The other will peel in at the bus stop, so you've got the two safety car trains. That's something else to factor in for the engineers on the pit wall, because they've got to make sure they know which group they're in and how their car's going to be affected by being in whichever of the two clusters of cars. So there's not just one long line, you've got the two safety car groups. This is one of them, which is heading over the timing line. The safety car doesn't have to pick up the race leader either. It's desirable, but it's not essential. It just gets scrambled, and so there is the leading car, really, in the body of that group. So cars that are directly ahead effectively are losing half a lap here.
Just further down the field, just keeping an eye out on our winningest team in Blancpain Enduro this season, the Bentley, currently in 15th place, so they may well have, or will benefit from the safety car deployment. So Andy Merrick behind the wheel, taken over from Guy Smith. Another car that I'm going to keep an eye on just to see. Further up in 13th place, Maximilian Buch, again somebody you'd expect to be able to use the safety car intervention to his advantage. Still under the safety car, it's indicating it's coming in this lap. Now that was half a lap ago, so it is still on course. The lights are still flashing, so they will, if they're going to go out, they will go out probably in the middle sector of the circuit.
This, I think, is safety car 2.
Okay,
Says hesitantly.
yeah, maybe. Just wonder where in the scheme of things, in fact, Winkelhock is, if he is the lead car in that other safety car chain, or is, in fact, because Ortelli back there it is.
Yeah, that's your leading group, that's the first train, and he's in
so
that.
I tell you what, it's going to be a bit of a tough time for our race leader. There are a lot of cars, slower cars, lap cars, ahead of him.
Yes,
so
get through.
The first 2 or 3 laps of this race going green, lots of action can take place.
So the safety car deployed to neutralise the race so that the marshals, the track workers can clear up a dangerous situation, whether it's debris, a parked car, making the track safe to go racing once again. You could not have had that incident attended to safely with cars going at racing speed. So the race carries on, albeit in controlled conditions, and when a circuit is over a given length, the FIA's regulations stipulate 2 safety cars, so you have 2 groups to look after and to have the speed measured rather than one long line, and that's again because of the length of the circuit why we have it here.
Everybody continuing around at approximately 60 to 80 kilometers per hour, depending on the speed of the safety car, but it's not a high speed. Again, tire temperature drops away, tire pressures fall slightly. So there, I think now we see this race is about to get underway, but surely no overtaking under what is going on.
So that's the second safety car that peels in. The cars get to the safety car line and they can now start racing. So one safety car, as I said earlier, peels in at the pit in. The other one,
the other safety car line,
yeah. So that's okay, that's fair. But they've got to wait until they get to the line. Remember last year, the Manthey Porsche overtook too soon and got a drive through, so they've still got to measure it.
The second safety car line down on the sort of the area coming into Stublow. Bit of rubber tire flailing in the air. What is that? Oh, a massive accident at Blancpain, the first part of Blancpain.
A McLaren, isn't it?
It is a McLaren, and that is a severe accident.
Safety car legend is still on the timing screen.
Now that
I don't think it's gone out really.
Well, that McLaren, there's a car. There's that in contact with the BMW who's come into the pits. Was that a Bruce Gugnot McLaren?
I think so. Safety car will be deployed again.
That was a big accident, and you can see the front end damage to the McLaren. Again, similar to what we saw on the Ferrari just a few moments ago. And this one has got, looks more serious to me.
There wasn't a lot left of it, was it?
No.
But McLaren builds a strong car, as Alvaro Parent will testify.
Well, the thing about the McLaren is it's a carbon fibre mono shell, so it may shed every single part of the car around the monocoque shell, but that's for the driver, isn't it? It's unbelievably strong.
So this is not the same, but it's an immediately subsequent safety car period, and we are back on track. And the drivers working their way up through Eau Rouge once again, so we didn't go racing at all really there.
Well, it did get underway, and that's the reason why the accident occurred, because the safety car that was releasing them at Stavelot was the group of cars that had that incident, and it wasn't actually in Blancpain. It was in the Blancpain comprises almost two corners. It was the first part, and I'm just trying to maybe see. It's up from the exit of the Cours Paul Frère.
Yeah.
Then you've got a right curve. I beg your pardon, a left curve, bit of straight, and then you have Blancpain, but they almost blend into each other.
Exactly.
So it's not the most ideal place to pass, and if you are going on a blind side, you could find yourself in a big problem. That certainly is a major, major hit.
It's the Von Ryan McLaren as well. We've had it confirmed. It's car 101, and it's Tim Mullen, who is normally a very safe pair of hands. Yes, you've taken the words, John.
Absolutely.
And Tim, he's a great guy, so I hope he's okay. And that, I'm afraid, means that we're not going to see Shane van Gisbergen, the Kiwi V8 supercar star, in that car, because that is out of the race for sure.
That car is not doing anything. And Tim Mullen, I mean, Davey Ryan was talking to me yesterday, and he said, Tim is amazing. He just jumps into a car, does a lap, straight on it, and he's what a professional racing driver is. Professional.
Absolutely. So Tim, when he's not racing, also runs his own team in national racing in the UK, so the officials will be there to make sure that all is well with him. And you saw in the case of the earlier incident, drivers will go to the medical centre to be checked over, so he's got the best people around him to make sure all is well. So we'll concentrate for the moment on the cars here behind the safety car. We are at just after 6:20 local time, so we're heading towards the end of the second hour. It was a 4:30 start, as last year. I forget the reason for why it's a 4:30 start. Last year it was something to do with broadcast times locally, but for this year it passed me by, I have to confess. But it's a 4:30 start and a 4:30 finish tomorrow afternoon, and now in this late afternoon sun, I'd contend it's almost hotter than it was earlier on, because it is still absolutely baking at Spa.
Well, what's that? The sun, instead of being high in the sky, is beginning to fall behind the forest that we're just looking at, and of course now it's shining directly into the commentary booth and coming through the substantial window that we have. Even though it's got a bit of tape on it to darken it down, it's still very warm out there.
So the first safety car was for car 100 and the second for car 101. One of those quirks of the numbering system of the event, but big disappointment, because the McLaren of Von Ryan had been going strongly. And
it was a strong driver lineup.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they made it through to the top 20 shootout. Yeah. And in fact, Davey Ryan was looking forward to rain falling in that top 20 shootout, because his car was the first car to go on track. And if it had rained later in that session, he would have been a happy man.
On a personal note, it's a shame not only the car is out, but that we never got to see Shane van Gisbergen, because if you follow Australian racing, you'll know that the Giz, as he's known, is a very, very good V8 supercar driver, the New Zealander who hasn't, relatively speaking, raced for that many years, but has been one of the real star finds of that category in recent seasons. Comes to Europe and sadly doesn't get a proper run in the car, so it's a sadness that we're not going to see him showing his true potential.
Well, with some good luck, we will see that other great Australian driver, that's Craig Lowndes. And it's interesting that Craig and Van Gisbergen have opted to come over to Europe. I mean, it's in the middle of their V8 season. They've got some big events coming up, including Bathurst, some of the longer races. And the fact that they've come here for Spa 24 makes me think that maybe there are ambitions to do something else in Europe. With the growth of GT racing, I mean, worldwide, it's a phenomenon. The success is unbelievable.
We've just had, I think, one of the leading Audis for the pits, Christopher Mies, taking like a free pit stop while it's behind the safety car. Just going back to your Australia point, it was Christopher Mies in the pits. You have, of course, now the very strong Bathurst 12 hour. They tried a 24 hours a few years ago, and he didn't really catch on numerically. There were good races, though, the two that we had. But now that there's the very strong Bathurst 12 hours, lots of European teams go there, and people's interest in GT racing is certainly being increased down under. And you've got not only Craig Lowndes and Shane van Gisbergen, but Steve Owen, Steve Richards, Roger Largo, all here as well, David Russell, who've all cut their teeth successfully in Australian GT and or V8 supercar racing. And Stephen Richards, one of the drivers of the only Lamborghini in the race, in fact, for this year. And he did the opening stint. His dad, Jim, a legendary touring car racer. And let's hope that car has good fortune as well, and it will be Stephen Richards to team up with Craig Lowndes in those Enduro V8 supercar races that John touched on a little bit ago. So as the safety car makes its way uphill, yellow flags displayed, of course, while we have the safety car period, and the Lamborghini it is heading this group.
Yeah, and we've got unfortunately another, and this looks a more serious incident at the approach to Bonneville, and beg your pardon, Bonneville. That's one of the corners on the old circuit.
You're showing your age, John.
I went through Bonneville last night on my way home. I actually passed the part of the racetrack where Sir Jackie Stewart had his one and only serious Formula One accident.
That really triggered his motorsport safety campaign. Yeah.
So a lot of history around the racetrack, the original circuit, very much still in place.
You talk about this circuit and how, for the purposes of modern Formula One, it has to be sanitised to a degree, and how it can't be like the old circuit. But you put this up against some of the very latest Tilkedromes, and it's still head and shoulders above, isn't it?
Yes, and I think that's part of the reason why people like to come to Spa-Francorchamps, because it is, I mean, I refer to these circuits as being old school circuits. I only ever raced on here once in a Formula One car, and I raced two or three times in Group C. And in Group C, late 80s, those were quick cars, a lot of downforce and a lot of horsepower, and they were quick cars around this racetrack. But inevitably, as a consequence of sadnesses and other accidents, Formula One has driven circuit design, and traditional circuits such as Spa, even Silverstone, has been transformed out of all recognition. And that is the nature of sport these days, and the governing body of motorsport has deemed they are not going to tolerate circuits underperforming in terms of their responsibilities and making the track as safe as possible. That's why we've got this huge runoff. I mean, at Puho at one stage that used to be a huge gravel track.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Now it's like a car park at a supermarket.
Yeah, or a big slip road, isn't it? You can get onto that and still power your way back on. And of course, many circuits have to be dual purpose for cars and bikes. So, what would be suitable curbing or safety for a car also has to be the level of the curb. Many circuits with these very flat curbs because of motorbike racing as well.
Absolutely. A motorcyclist, if he falls off, and frequently they don't want aggressive high curbs, so they've got very much flatter curbs, so that if they do come off, they can slide and not injure themselves, or not to the level that you would have done with some of the old style, very aggressive curbs that were put in to stop people abusing exit of corners.
So many of the teams, while we have the safety car out, cycling through another round of pit stops. Why? Because you're losing less time whilst the race pace is slow to come in, and if nothing else, at least top up on fuel, which is a good idea. Many of the teams are doing this, so the order is shuffling a little bit. So what we now have is Winkelhock leading Ortelli, leading Werner, leading Frank Stippler, who has just taken over from Christopher Mies. You've got Farfus running in 5th position. And then in 6th, it is Benoit Trellier, who has taken over now in number 2 from, who do we put into it? Andre Lotterer. Ben Schneider is 7th. Joe Osborne is up to 8th, and he's now leading Pro-Am in the Aston. 9th is 85, which is the HTP Motorsport Mercedes that has just, in fact, I think I'm right in saying, had a stop to put Xavier Marson into it. And then in 10th place, 86, Max Buch. So has he got back into that? No, he stayed in that car, hasn't he? He went Goetz to then Buch. So he's staying in the number 86, 10th placed Mercedes. So a quick look at the classes then, because you can take from that the top 7 as Pro-Am, Joe Osborne leading Aston Martin, Stefan Mucker 2nd Aston Martin, and then 3rd 333 Marco Seefried in the distinctive green Ferrari. And then Gentleman Trophies, quite a long way back, but in 24th place it is Paul Lancher in the Duquesne Racing Ferrari. I'll come back to that car in a second. 51 is 2nd in the class, which is from AF Corsa. And sorry, I'll tell you a lie, because as the cars scroll over the line, that has just taken the lead. 51 has taken over the class lead, Alexander Talginitsa. 2nd is 350, Paul Lancher. And 3rd is 42 from the Sport Garage squad, Gilles Vannelet's car. And that has got Lorenzo Bontempelli at the wheel. The one I said I'd come back to, which is the Gilles Duquesne team's car, which is number 350. Paul Lancher at the wheel of it. Gilles Duquesne in the 1970s was a very quick Formula 3 driver until he had an enormous accident that left him paralysed, and so that is a car that's got hand controls for him, but then the conventional controls for the other 3 drivers.
I mean, we know Alexander Zanardi has got hand controls in his BMW. We see that in Blancpain Sprint, and it is remarkable. I mean, driving one of these cars with all your limbs fully operational, but to do it with all the hand controls that Zanardi has, and then have your co-driver have still conventional throttle and brake and clutch, conventional gear changing as well.
Now those cars you've just been looking at held at the end of the pit lane have to wait until the line of cars goes past. You can't just willy-nilly drive out of the pits when you want. It's controlled, so if there is a gaggle of cars coming, you've got to wait. Now some have gone and some have been held, and I think that's because the Aston has stalled.
I think the Aston has stalled, and we're just seeing the other cars in that line just pulling out. Stefan Ortelli has got out of the car,
yeah.
So Stefan has
done a short stint.
Yeah, short stint.
And that's the Beechdene Aston that has stalled and now finally gets going, but that has delayed a number of cars. Now they'll be able to catch back up to the train. They've not lost a huge amount. Who was it that had just got into that? Oh, Andrew Howard. We can't really have a go at Le Patron.
Since he owns the team, no. Well, you can.
Not only, John, does he own the team, he owns the car, but he's got a refrigerated device in the media centre full of his ice cream that's kept us going for 3 days. I think he's a fine fellow.
I haven't seen it or had one ice cream. I will make a point of check it out.
Good lord.
Anyway, I mean, aside from all the issues of getting out of the pit lane or stalling the car.
Now that's number 1, that's the leader, René Rast at the wheel of the car now, but that is being held until the next wave of cars has gone past. And I think I'm right in saying that also 26, that the Santilot car right up behind it. So this has an effect, depending on where 77 is, Dirk Werner, who is on the track. This could play into the BMW driver's hands now.
I'm just trying to have a look and see where we can get Dirk Werner on the side. Well, there he is. In fact, he's just come out of... There he is, coming out of Puyo.
So he needs to get back to the start line before this wave is released. So he's going to get the lead, isn't he now? That car will be in the lead because he is ahead on the track of this car. So Werner is on his 45th lap at the Piff Paff, and Rast is on his 45th lap, but further back on it.
But these 2 cars have had their pit stop, driver change, refuel, and the BMW has yet to do that.
That's right.
So it'll all have to cycle its way. It'll take another 3 to 5 laps probably. And assuming that is, if we still are under safety car, we may be under safety car for some time yet. There's no guarantee that the safety car will be brought back to the pit lane or to its station around the circuit imminently.
And so, for the moment, Mark VDS, sorry, I just keep having to give it its full title, BMW Sports Trophy Team Mark VDS. It doesn't roll off the tongue like good old Mark VDS Racing did.
No.
It's the new manufacturer-affiliated title, but you know which one I mean. Mark VDS is BMW of Dirk Werner, 77 will lead. And in fact, it's Farfus, yes, on the track, 66, Augusto Farfus is right behind him. So, Pro Tem, you'll have a BMW 1-2 at Mark VDS, but as we've been saying, pit stops will cycle it all through again.
So not far short of the 2-hour mark, and in fact on race, and they're looking at the timing and scoring, and looking at my watch, the timing and scoring is stalled. Yes, it's 18:33. So
let's go back to the pit lane. Ben has been busy, and he's managed to find Nicolas Lapierre, real single-seater star, racing GTs this weekend. Ben.
Fantastic to have down in the pit lane Nicolas Lapierre, normally seen in a Toyota LMP1 car. How are you finding the McLaren?
Yeah, very good. I mean, it's a pleasure to be here. You know, I've been in this race few times, but I'm really enjoying it. You know, it's a great event, a lot of spectators here. The McLaren is doing good. We had a big trouble in the free practice, but finally the car is back on track. It seems to work very well, so we are back. Unfortunately, we had a puncture at the beginning of the race, so we lose a bit of time, but we are there back in the game, and it will be a very long race.
It's impressive to see your teammates in the 99 car servicing itself at the start of the pit lane earlier.
Yeah, it's a problem that we know, you know, and we have been, they told us how to change this captor and this sensor. So we know how to do it, but yeah, it's strange to see a driver mechanics, but in the end it worked, and I think they just lost about 1.5 laps, so it was a good move from Kevin, yeah.
Is the hope still strong here at the ART?
We lost a lot of time, you know, but to be honest, it's not even the 2 hours gone, so it's still a long race to come, and we have to be careful.
Thanks for your time.
You're welcome, thank you.
Top job by Ben in the pits, because that is at Eau Rouge. He's been in the top pits for the first part of the hour, and then he's been sprinting off down the hill. So good to hear from Nicolas Lapierre, who never perhaps had really the ultimate results in his single-seater career that was expected, but he's made a very good name for himself, as Ben made the point, for Toyota in the WEC and now in GT cars. Right, 77 Dirk Werner's pit stop done. Augusto Farfus in the sister car 66 now leads, but has got a pit stop due.
So I'm assuming that we're going to see all the lead cars filter through under this safety car intervention, which is probably going to take, as we thought, a little bit longer than the previous one here at this point, when the Ferrari lost it, and you can see the marks, and it hit the barrier. I mean, it was a massive hit, but all the energy was dissipated. The car went back across the racetrack. Luckily, Alex Buncombe, who was almost the next car up, got through. Could have been another much worse incident, but no point talking about things that didn't happen.
Where is Alex Buncombe, just out of interest? He's in 19th place. His father used to be a mainstay of the Spa 24 Hours when it was a touring car race. He and Vince Woodman, his old mate, used to come and hammer around in there. He'd keep SO Capri years and years.
Well, Capris were the dominant brand.
Well, absolutely.
Ford Capris were the dominant brand here in the 70s. Golden Spice.
With Jean-Michel Martin on a number of occasions.
And was it Teddy Pillette?
Teddy Pillette, yes, absolutely. Yep.
He's here today.
Is he?
Yeah.
Wow. And Jean-Michel is here because he was having a wander around the media centre earlier. Yeah. Right, there is 77 Marcus Palter now at the wheel of it. In fact, at one of the model shops, I was telling Alex Buncombe this the other day, there's a model of one of his dad's old Capris with Vince Woodman and Pete Clark's names on it as well from one year. The traders here with a fine collection of models from the history of the Spa 24 Hours. And that was one the Buncombes were off to go and get for Dad's birthday, I think. So we are now looking at a race that's done 2 hours. We are still behind the safety car, of course, with this drama out on track. The next wave of cars there being released, which includes 77 Marcus Paltela, who is the one non-factory driver really at Mark VDS in the team this season. But Marcus is as busy as ever, doing a lot of racing in America, in fact having to miss a round of the USC because he's racing here. And so he is certainly busy. And we've got Bentley dramas as well. Which one is this in the pits? That is 7, I think.
Well, that's a car that's started well.
Yeah.
And was running around 15th place. Andy Merrick was in the car waiting for Stephen Kane waiting to take it over. And it's now being pushed into the garage to... We don't know the reason why, because it's whatever has occurred during the safety car intervention. And we hopefully might get some word from the Bentley team very shortly. Ben Constant-Juris has been up and down the pit lane all afternoon in the sun, carrying a pack, you know, with the microphones, the batteries, the radios.
So as the field turns its way downhill, we have the Audis having made their pit stops and Mark VDS having made its recent pit stop, all at the back of this line of cars. So when we do go racing once again, then it is going to be a great battle to see who gets through the traffic first of all. And the order I'll give you at the end of the next lap, although I still think we've got another round of stops due. Augusto Farfus, I suspect, may be brought in this time in the car that notionally leads at the moment, because they may as well throw some more fuel in that car.
Absolutely. I mean, we don't know how long this intervention is going to be, so if you're filtering through your other team cars, there's nothing to be gained by staying out, so bring it in, do a driver change, or keep Farfus in the car, whichever they choose to do. There is the Bentley work going on, looking into the garage around the right front. And again, I mean, we know that the steering rack on the number 8 car was damaged. We don't know the reason why it was damaged, but now the 7 car, and again one of the Porsches also
that's the
back
car.
in the garage. Christian Mansell,
runner-up in the Nürburgring 24 Hours this year. We did hear from Malcolm Wilson, didn't we, that there was contact between the Bentley and AN other.
Yeah, but we don't know about number 7.
No, indeed. And so that car, which was up into 6th place, tumbling down the order. But I'm sure when Ben has staggered back up from the bottom of the hill, he'll go and investigate matters Bentley for us. And we've done 2 hours of the race. That's flown by, hasn't it?
It always does. I mean, it's always exciting, the opening hours of this event, 24 Hours at Spa. Big field, 61 cars. So there's always action all around the racetrack, and particularly in the opening laps when you're getting cars that are slightly out of position, particularly in the Pro-Am and the Gentleman Cup. That then it's just very busy. Then it settles down. I mean, I always think once you get to 4 hours, you've more or less cycled through all your drivers, even in the cars with 4 drivers. Only the amateur cars are allowed to have, I think, 4 drivers. So then it settles down and go into dusk, and hopefully you get into the real heart of this event, and it goes into night time, and it is a magical period. Difficult for drivers, particularly if you get changeable weather, but so far what we've seen this year has just been truly remarkable. Beautiful skies, big skies, almost cloudless, and of course the contrast of the greenness of the forest and this traditional, way back into the late 20s, early 30s when the circuit came into first use, and now in its current configuration a thoroughly modern grade 1 racetrack. Stephen Kane waiting to get in.
Now, let's find out about the Manthey Porsche, because we think we've lost that from the race, but he's on his toes. Ben Constanduras can tell us more.
Olaf, there seems to be one team and manufacturer that isn't so represented here, and that's the Porsche. But you do have this car, and sadly it's already out.
Yeah, we was here with amateurs in the Pro-Am class, but the race was not long enough for us, because after 1.5 hours we have had an engine blow up, engine failure. We cannot repair it for this. The race for us is over.
And what is the reason for not having so many cars maybe in the Pro category?
I have not understand.
What's the reason for not having so more cars in the Pro category and more in the Am?
Yeah, we have in this season we have a lot of work in the WEC, in the World Champion Endurance Championship, and for this we have not only here not a professional car, also by the 24 hours at the Nürburgring not, but we're working on that. We are coming back with a professional car at the Nürburgring and here also for the next season.
Good news, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Olaf Manthey then giving hope for Porsche fans worldwide that the Mark will take a bit more interest in GT3, and for next season. Olaf himself a very successful Porsche racer before concentrating on preparing the cars, and the one that he runs is a regular in the VLN, but 2 hours in and it's out of the race.
I mean, an engine failure, that's something, certainly when I heard Olaf say they had a failure which they can't do anything with, I'm surprised, because that's been essentially what Porsche's built its reputation on. Apart from the car reliability, these things are metronomic. They just run and run and run. But of course, these are very sophisticated modern engines running at extreme limits, and that's the pressure. But why a Porsche of all the cars in this race? I mean, you couldn't want for a better built endurance car, in my opinion.
No, I mean, we always talk about them being the turnkey race car, don't we?
It is a turnkey. I mean, the beauty of it is you go to Zuffenhausen or Stuttgart and then Zuffenhausen or Weissach, and they hand you the car and a set of keys.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, they might even put cup holders in if you wanted to.
And off you go and win races normally. So the field then, in this third hour of the race, working its way down towards the pith path. As we've been saying, these two groups of safety cars, one of which is just coming over the timing line, which is in front of us at the F1 pits, and the second safety car line is that white line on the track that the field is crossing at the moment. But the race director, at the end of a safety car period, will normally give them another lap or two, but at a quicker pace, so they get a bit more temperature back in the tyres ready to go racing.
This has been a long intervention. It's been going on certainly for the best part of 20-25 minutes, and everybody's in the same situation. Tyre temperatures have dropped. Tyre pressures, of course, will have dropped correspondingly, and everybody now, you can see there's a amount of weaving going on to try and put a bit of energy into the sidewall, to try and put heat into the core of the tyre. It's not just the tyre surface, it's the core tyre temperature, and in doing so you're trying to also, you're putting a lot of brake effort into the car to use the heat from the brakes to by convection, get into the tyre itself. As the field makes its way up and through the very quick part of this racetrack, coming up to Blancpain on the left-hand side. Looking at the field, there's Maximilian Buch, the Mercedes-Benz. So the whole race really has been thrown into uncertainty in the sense of the safety car and where people have chosen to make a pit stop, go in, come back out again.
Safety car in this lap, so we will be back to racing for the leading group behind safety car 1 at the end of this lap. So the race director, Alain Adam, having to control all of this, but the good news is we're going to get the cars released very shortly indeed, and this gang has got to wait until all of this line has come out of La Source.
Always the error of waiting too long in a safety car intervention before you think you're going to gain an advantage. Now they've got to wait until the entire field of this particular chain of safety cars makes its way past before they can rejoin the track.
And that's why the race director and indeed teams are very keen that there aren't any stragglers. You talked earlier about the gaps opening up between cars, but if you elongate the pack, you're losing even more time relative to it.
Yeah, and then it just takes one car to do that, and the whole process loses the control. So you want to keep in this thing about a delta time, which is something certainly in these instances I'd like to see introduced. Certainly at Le Mans there was an incident where, not an incident, they introduced a minimum speed or maximum speed, and cars had to keep a distance because of the length of that particular circuit, not dissimilar in length to the old Spa circuit, but this is only a 7-kilometre circuit now in this current configuration.
So the race currently being led by 66, which has gone to Jörg Müller. So on the pit stops, under the safety car, 66 has kept the lead of the race from Frank Stippler, who was the winner 2 years ago, that heroic effort on the Sunday. Third is Benoit Trellier. Fourth, that's number 2 Audi. Fourth is number 1, which is René Rast. And in 5th place, it is 26, now Greg Gilvert. So the cars are currently working lap 48. And there is the car 66 that has done 47 laps and is shown on the timing screen as being the leading car. Now, where is number 3, which is the second placed Audi? That is in that group, but further up the road.
So number 3 still has Frank Stippler, James Nash yet.
James Nash yet to go, that's right.
Yet to go.
Yeah.
So Stippler is double stinting in effect.
Yes.
Because of Christopher Mies.
Well, Mies sort of did a stint and a half, didn't he? And then put Stippler in, because that came in a bit out of sequence when the second safety car period came.
Okay, so Stippler's going to do a stint and a half, and then it'll be most likely James Nash.
Put James Nash, yeah. So, safety car 2 peels off, and its car's now released. That's the Skippy Ferrari, the car that Craig Lowndes will be driving, heading the gaggle, as this field then unleashed pours its way into the pith path. And what a great snapshot. Ferrari, Audi, Bentley, Aston Martin all running in sequence as they funnel their way now down through campus. 25 is the Gentleman Trophy Santa Lot car, and the field now turning its way out of campus and up towards the Cours Paul Frère.
This is a difficult part of the racetrack. Another massive shunt And we've just seen us again in the same part of the racetrack. We saw the shunt just a few moments. No, it's not Rouge this time.
Well, that's 85 Mercedes that's involved. And what has it got involved with?
Is that? No, it's not.
It's another McLaren. It's the surviving. Sorry, it's 15. It's another McLaren. Safety cars breed safety cars, they say, and that's 3 in a row.
This is what happens when you get safety car interventions, tyre pressures, tyre temperatures, and then you suddenly get on it hard and you get caught out, and that's another major heavy incident. Second one of the day up at the race. It's at the Radio, slightly more to the right of the racetrack, but the Mercedes has heavy damage to the rear of that car.
85. Who was driving 85?
That was Dusseldorf's
Xavier
car.
Marson. Xavier Marson had taken it over, and you're right, it's got damage.
But also it's got it running. I'm not sure the right front is not damaged as well. Well, that's just he's not going to get in the reverse, get the car. Let's have a look and see whether there's damage to that right front. So, what's happening? Can we get a look from the safety car?
Somebody else with damage to the front.
Yeah, that's the bodywork that's hanging off the front of the car. We can't quite work out which car that is.
Yeah, somebody else. I've got a horrible feeling it might be a BMW that's been involved in it, therefore. But we'll try and get an outside shot of that. So 66 it is that's got the damage. So that car has got caught up in the traffic. Right, so we are still behind the safety car, or it is a safety car intervention part 3.
I mean, literally the safety car had been...
And we are behind the safety car. So let's try and piece together all the incidents. This is the McLaren, first of all. This is Ogier's incident. He's off into the tyres.
We saw a Mercedes going through. We didn't quite see what happened, whether that was so when he just loses it, hits the barrier. Oh, dear me. But again, look at the gearbox and the rear of the car detached. I think the engine and gearbox came off. There's a sympathy from just getting caught out by being whatever.
Can I offer you a thought? Did the VDS BMW clip the back of it, or was it a separate incident? Separate incident by the look of it, coming out of the bus stop, the BMW to the inside, and does he get chopped up towards La Source? So 2 separate incidents, and going into the corner, turn in. Well, nothing obvious there.
Nothing to see there.
There it is. It's the other VDS car at the back of the pack that just goes straight into the back of the Ferrari.
Yeah. So that's the bonnet that we were looking at. Well spotted by BMW.
Right.
I mean, it's just...
Jörg Müller, factory driver, shouldn't be doing things like that unless the Ferrari brake too soon, and that's the smoke coming off as the bodywork touches the tyre.
So he's got to make his way all the way down from the top of the circuit down to Pujo. Again, under safety car conditions. There you can see, fortunately, it's left-hand drive, so the ease of seeing what's going on with the right-hand side of the bodywork and bonnet obstructing the tyre, rubbing against the front of the bodywork, which effectively is the spoiler of the car. And look at the face.
Well, Bass, in fairness,
is a happy man, understandably.
Yeah,
understandably.
He has also, in his time, had the odd indiscretion. He will own up to that, I'm sure. But Jörg Müller, who also occasionally has his little dramatic moments, has had one there. Now, a new bonnet, that's not too bad, but it's whether it's done any damage underneath that we don't know about.
Well, that's a very complicated front end on the BMW. Remember, it's a front engine car, or more mid-engine, but the suspension is bolted to bits that are bolted to bits. And I mean, it's a very sophisticated race car under a virtual production car body. So whether there will be just simply take the parts off, the bodywork parts off, and it'll be fine, or until they get the car in the garage, they will not know.
Doing his best, of course, to bring it back. He can't go any quicker because he's not allowed to overtake, and at least he's not losing too much time by this because it's a safety car lap. It's not like it's a racing lap and everyone's storming past him, but Jörg Müller will have some explaining to do. Whether or not a call came over the radio to drivers, safety cars staying out and people braked a bit harder, I don't know. But either way, pro driver caught up behind Giacomo Piccini, who is an AM in the Ferrari.
I mean, it's always the problem of you're in a group of cars like that. You know the car's performance.
Let's get some news in the pits. Ben, what have you got?
Yeah, while you were talking, while watching that replay, if you have a look on the top left-hand side of the screen, you'll see the safety car had already been thrown. Obviously, the crash has happened at the top of the hill.
Right.
So there was safety car back out again, and that's why everyone was slowing down. But clearly, some of the cars at the further back hadn't got the message, and that, I think, is why we saw the concertina effect into the first corner.
Makes sense. Thanks for that, Ben. Good call.
Looks like that right front isn't really turning. Let's get a look again of what was going on and wait for these cars to come into view, because we haven't got the incidents about to happen any second now. Wait and see. Where is the BMW? There's the Ferrari, the black Ferrari. Where's the BMW? Oh, there we are now. The field was slowing down, the BMW was still on it.
Yeah.
Simply.
Yeah.
Didn't slow down, didn't anticipate it, didn't read it, and that's a mistake here.
I'd go along with that. Right, Ben is there to talk us through the stop.
Right, so the first thing to do then is to get the car fueled up. Once it's brim with fuel, then they can have a look at the left front. The damage to the crash structure on the left front side, the lights obviously, but looks like the suspension doesn't look too bad. They almost look completely straight. So the most thing to change is the whole front bumper, and that actually is one part. We'll see that come from the back of the garage in just a second. The question is suspension, and I think they should get a thumbs up from that because it looks pretty okay.
I think, Ben, I would be concerned about is any damage to any of the water or oil coolers, because the bodywork has twisted, and of course that will then damage some of the fixings for the radiator. So taking the bodywork off isn't the problem, is trying to get the new bodywork on. Will it fit on the existing fittings, or they're going to have to do a repair on that as well?
Keep us posted, Ben, won't you? Because, of course, that was a significant car. It had got itself into the lead, and now Frank Stippler for Audi number 3 is the man who is leading the race. So it's an Audi 1, 2, 3. It's 3-2-1 in number. It's Stippler, Treluet, and then Ras. Number 3 Audi, number 2 Audi up to second, number 1 Audi down to third.
And my prediction for victory, 5th.
And mine actually is here. I didn't say it publicly, but I wanted the BMW to win, and it's in its garage. So
look at the back of the McLaren car. Certainly the gearbox has been ripped off. I'm not even sure the engine. And heavy damage. Remember, the turbos on the McLaren are mounted very low, so that may have been part of what we saw, that flash of vapor. It wasn't really a fire, it's just the vapor where the fracture in the engine gearbox department would have caused that momentary flash. There's the new bits. Here we watch it again and see. And the McLaren lost it big time, actually at radio. And there is the rear of the car. Whether that includes the engine or just the gearbox and turbo package, hard to tell. But it's certainly a significantly heavy impact at the rear of the car.
It's an extraordinary situation, this. I can't remember a race that's been so impossible to restart. It's just bizarre. Safety car into safety car into safety car, 3 back to back.
Yeah, but without sounding clever, whatever, you had two significant safety car interventions, and we did see some of the drivers clearly putting energy into the car, into the tyres, onto the brakes. But you have to remember that there are people out there who are not professional drivers. They're gentlemen amateurs, and they're not going to be on it the way a professional is.
We're behind the safety car, so let's catch up on the highlights that we've had so far in the first 2.5 hours of the race, with Felix Baumgartner flagging away the field, with Laurens Vanthoor on pole position in Audi number 1. When the race got underway, it was the Audi that grabbed the advantage from Alessandro Pierguidi in the Ferrari. An early casualty was Daniel Zampieri, who spun the Ferrari. Nick Katzberg and Stefan Mucker got together, and it was Katzberg's BMW that ran off the road. Early steering rack dramas and damage for Bentley number 8. A spin for the 380 Ferrari, which was being driven by Pierre Hershey. A puncture for Marco Ciocci. Some teams at least had something to smile about, others were not so fortunate. Great battles on track as number 2 Audi fought its way past the Bentley and gained a place. Then Kevin Estre had his dramas and had to change a fuse in the pit lane. There was bodywork on track, there were cars spinning, Captain Masaccio being given a helping hand. At Audi, there was a concerned looking Vincent Voss. The first round of pit stops cycled through, and Martin Ragginger's Porsche developed incontinence and spun on its own oil. There was a cracking Mercedes battle that raged on. The Mark VDS BMWs were working their way into contention, and Dirk Werner got himself on the back of Stefan Ortelli for third until Olivier Grutz got in the way and really badly delayed the BMW for nigh on a lap of the race. And then the dramas started, and we've not really been racing properly since. First, Maliv went off. Alex Buncombe had to swerve in avoidance. The SMP Racing Ferrari was a retirement. And then the race got underway, but only briefly, with another incident for the Von Ryan Racing McLaren causing the safety car to be deployed yet again. And at the end of that situation, we lost Karim Ojay virtually instantly, and his car off the road brought out the safety car for the third time, really back-to-back periods, with one of the leading cars, the 66 BMW, cannoning into the back of Giacomo Piccini's Ferrari, doing damage to both, but 66 has been dealt a very bad blow in that. We're back live as you look at the drama going on in the Mark VDS garage. The safety car's going to be in this time.
Yeah, sorry, look, in the BMW have got the front bodywork sitting there, but what I thought might be the problem is the locating points, the mounting points for the bodywork, probably also potential damage to the radiators, and because everything hangs on everything else, it's all dependent on everything. It's a bit like a Meccano set.
Yes.
You know, one part, the whole bit doesn't work.
That's the leader, Frank Stippler. 2 years ago, we talked for hours and hours and hours about Frank Stippler being the leader because he seemed to do virtually all the driving. He was bang on the maximum allowance for one driver in the race 2 years ago when he and René Rast and Andrea Piccini were the winners, but Andrea Piccini didn't get into the car after 9 AM on the Sunday, and René Rast only had one double stint. The rest of it was down to Frank Stippler, and he had no functioning drink bottle. He was absolutely worn out by the end of the race, but it was a mighty drive, and he leads the way at the moment from Benoit Trellier, and we've got at the moment, thanks to these safety car periods, the leading 21 cars, all on the lead lap, so it is building up still to be a great race, if and when we can finally get some proper green flag running again.
Well, it is in the hands of the competitors to ensure that that is the case, and if you're uncertain about the level of grip you have, how much temperature's in your tyre, how good your brake is, then just be cautious. And if you're being pursued by a car that is a much quicker car, get out of the way and let it go. And there's nothing unusual about what's going on here. It's just that there are fundamental errors being made by people who should know better.
Well, it's been a very dramatic first 3 hours or so of the race, and we are now with Frank Stippler leading the way. And from here at Spa, we'll be back with more action and more news in just over an hour's time. For now, from John Watson, Ben Constanduras and David Addison, we'll say goodbye. Join us again in an hour from Spa. Bye for now.
BMW numéro 66 qui va repartir au combat. On peut compter sur le team Marc BDS, on peut compter sur Maxime Martin bien évidemment, on peut compter sur Augusto Martos et sur Jörg Müller actuellement au volant pour repartir le couteau entre les dents pour donner. Et là le retard, vous allez le confirmer. Et qui reste un grand seigneur, un grand monsieur avec un esprit d'équipe. Grand comme ça, c'est un maître de son vivant.
Welcome back to the total 24 hours of Spa. We are behind the safety car still, I'm afraid, in what has been a very dramatic, very destructive start to this 90th anniversary race, 66th running of the Belgian Classic. It all on paper was going to be quite marvellous. Glorious weather conditions, a huge field, and let's just catch up on what has happened thus far in what has been a dramatic start to the race. Felix Baumgartner, the space diver, was the man who waved the cars away, with Laurens Vanthoor being the man on pole position in the Team WRT Audi, and he and Alessandro Pierguidi ran side by side on the ramp down towards the first corner. An early spin was Daniel Zampieri in the Ferrari. Early contact, Stefan Mucker on Nick Katzberg, that put the BMW off the road. Early damage, Bentley number 8, steering dramas. Early spin, Pierre Hershey in the Ferrari rotated, and an early puncture for 53 in the hands of Marco Ciocci. He dragged the car back to the pit lane. There was bodywork as well as tyre damage to sort out. On track, the Le Mans winners, Trellier, Fassler and Lotterer, were working their way up the order. Kevin Estre had to change a fuse in the pit lane. Captain Masaccio got punted around by Martin Ragginger, and a hard-charging Alvaro Parent was working his way up the order. The first round of pit stops were busy. Then Martin Ragginger's Porsche developed a fluid leak and spun on its own oil. On track, the Mark VDS BMWs were trying to work their way up the order. Bas Linders monitoring progress. His car, 66, had got itself onto the back of the train, and then it was badly held up. Dirk Werner delayed by Oliver Grutz. Eventually he managed to find a way through, but it cost him the best part of a lap. But then the drama started. First of all, Maliv lost the Ferrari at Eau Rouge. Alex Buncombe had to scatter in avoidance, and that was our first safety car period. No sooner had that been sorted out than Tim Mullen went off the road in the Von Ryan Racing McLaren. That incident was attended to, and as soon as we went green once again, off the road at the top of Eau Rouge went Karim Auger. He walked away a little bit bruised and battered from the incident, and while the safety car was deployed yet again, Jörg Müller failed to slow down in time for La Source and went into the back of Giacomo Piccini's Ferrari. He's under investigation for that. And then things got worse, because on the next restart, Andrew Danilov lost it at the top of Eau Rouge. Andrew Howard's Aston Martin cannoned into him. We also lost a Boutsen Gignon McLaren, and others just piled into the wreckage. That incident has just finished being sorted out. We've had the best part of an hour behind the safety car for that incident alone. We're back live. We are 2 minutes past 8 local time. David Addison, John Watson, Ben Constanduros with you. It's a race, John, that really for the last, it seems like, what, 2.5 hours, just can't get going.
No, and the problem had been, in part, that we've had these safety car interventions. Everybody has to slow down, run at a low speed, of course, tyre temperature, tyre pressures, all the usual issues running behind a safety car intervention for a period they create. But then under these restarts, and in the case we just saw that last one, were 5 cars, I think in total, 4 of them severely damaged. I mean, just indicates what, when it goes wrong. Watch the Ferrari coming through, runs wide, very, very wide, spins, rotates, and then spins across the front of the oncoming field. The 2 SLSs sneak through, but the Ferrari then reverses backwards. The Aston Martin, big impact, and then watch this field coming through behind. They just bump into one another. In fact, they ride over some of the bodywork suspension and into the tyre barrier, and it has been the time. Look, the Mercedes, the door open, the bonnet, it's running back on 3 wheels.
That's the Xavier Marson car, yeah.
Unbelievable impact, and the carnage at the top of Radio has been, that's the best part of an hour to get all these cars removed back to safety and to get the circuit. The damage that has been done at the top of Radio.
This is René Rast. John, sorry to interrupt you. This is the leading car that has ground to a halt, virtually, on track. This is the leader, René Rast at the wheel. He can't be out of fuel, surely, because we've hardly had any racing laps, but this has got a problem. He's got to limp the car round.
Well, he's in, I was going to say, he's in limp mode. He's actually managed to get the car to climb up out of Eau Rouge, over Radio, but it's coming back in what I would describe as limp mode. And I'm not sure it's going to make it very much further, because it just sounds like, whether it's an electrical problem, it's not going to be a fuel problem, because the team are monitoring that very carefully. But René Rast, you can almost see he's not certain as to whether this car's going to make it, and he's just basically hasn't even made it out of the first sector of the lap.
Now the safety car is in this lap, we are being told. Just before we go back to racing, let me just quickly read a statement that Von Ryan Racing put out a little while ago. It says, and I'll read it verbatim, Tim Mullen, the driver of the number 101 Von Ryan Racing McLaren, 12C GT3 is out of the car and conscious following the incident. Tim is en route to the local hospital for precautionary checks. That has come from the team to SRO and to us. I've read it exactly as it is printed in front of me. We know no more than that. When we have more news, we will bring it to you. But I know people are concerned about Tim. That is all that anybody can tell you at the moment. That is what we know.
Yes, we didn't actually see the accident, so we weren't able to bring you the reasons to what occurred. So that is great news to indicate that Tim's health is good and he's on his way to hospital. And as they say, precautionary checks, they will take many forms of examination. But the fact is that he stepped out of a heavily damaged car, and the McLaren, the monocell construction of the McLaren 12C undoubtedly is a significant contribution to giving Tim what was a very unpleasant accident, a high-speed accident, giving him the best opportunity to make his way through it.
René Rast has picked up speed once again, so whatever it was, maybe he had to reset something in the car. I'm sure Ben Constanduras, who is patrolling the pits for us, will be able to find out for us what the drama is. But René Rast then is now back up to a proper pace, and he's turning his way down through turn 15 at the moment. So it is Rast who leads. That is the car that's second, which is about a third of a lap behind now. Frank Stippler in number 3 Audi. Of course, it was with René Rast. He was the winner a couple of years ago. Greg Gilbert in 26. The Santalot car is third. On its own, it's deceptive to see whether the René Rast Audi is properly healthy or not. But if he comes into the pits this time, we'll know it's not.
We saw it running healthily, and the point the camera went off the shot, to me, it looked like it was again slowing down. We have to wait and see whether the car's made its way back up to the pit lane entrance and into the garage to let the WRT team get to work on that car.
You see, its first sector was massively slow, but we know about that. Its second sector was still not good, so we need to compare it at the end of this lap and see what develops. But as I say, I'm sure Ben will be down to the Team WRT garage.
But we haven't yet seen the car through the third sector, and it ought to, in fact, it's just come through the third sector now. 39.9 second, a very short sector. So he'll be in the pit lane, I'm assuming, unless it was a reset, a reboot, or whatever you've got to do on the car, and they're trained to do that.
Yeah, he's carried on, he's not pitted, and he leads by now 17 seconds from Frank Stippler. For the endurance fans out there, they'll say, well, this has been a very long safety car period. What it has done, if there's any real good side to all of these dramas, it's kept a huge number of cars on the lead lap, because we've not had enough racing for gaps to open up and laps to be lost. So although we've lost a lot of cars, and that has been an extraordinary first few hours of the race, at least we are at this point with perhaps a larger than normal number still on that lead lap.
Yes, and thankfully that final safety car intervention, which lasted the best part of an hour, so the cars could be removed, so the racetrack could be repaired, and of course race cannot commence until the security, and in particular the top of Ile Rouge and the Radion area, has been securely repaired. Then that's why we had this long safety car intervention. Everybody, maybe seemingly, has been more thoughtful and considered. Certainly on the restart, we've had now a lap and a half. I don't know where any wood in the commentary booth is. I just hope that we can now have 4 or 5 hours of uninterrupted motor racing, and let this race bed down and start to develop into a competition, not a race of attrition.
The other thing I need to catch up on is number 66. In the little highlights package, you saw Jürg Müller go into the back of Giacomo Piccini's Ferrari. The car has lost 6 laps as a result of that zealotry. And I think at the time, John, you said that Jürg Müller was pretty much guilty of not paying attention, or it was his fault because he didn't read it properly.
I think it's reading it, I mean, to apportion blame and say he was wrong and the other driver was innocent. When you're in a restart, and as a driver, you have a very good idea of the cars ahead of you. You may not know the driver, but you know that it's a gentleman's car or a Pro-Am car or a Pro car, and you have to be aware that when there's a number of cars all going into a hairpin bend at La Source, that they are likely to be braking earlier than would normally be expected.
Well, that's a big shame for that team. They're out of contention. So also is Xavier Marsensmark, and he's with Ben.
It was a very scary accident that happened about an hour ago. Xavier, you were involved. The car retired behind us. What happened in your perspective?
Well, I didn't see much happening. When I came up Eau Rouge, I already saw some smoke. So I slowed down, and when I came up, right in front of me, the car was there, and there was no choice either going left or right. It was already right in front of me, so no choice, and I hit him quite hard. I made it back into the pit, but the car was unrepairable, so yeah, we're pretty gutted.
Yeah, what was the damage in the end?
Well, the whole front right was damaged, and the chassis was the front right was touched, so they couldn't repair it.
We can actually see it. Talk us through what happened. The Ferrari very, very wide.
Yeah, I didn't see that happening because I was right in a pack of a couple of cars when it happened, and when the car was parked there, the moment I came up, I couldn't even go around it anymore. It was just the moment I came up, it was there. There was no choice.
Well, it was a difficult race because you also had an earlier incident, or your car did, just before in the previous safety car.
Yeah, the same thing happened. Somebody went off, and the 86 car, the sister car, was right in front of me, and I had to avoid him to not hit him, and then I spun. Luckily, I could continue. Nothing really major happened. But the second one, I didn't have any choice what to do. It was simply nothing to do.
It's good to see you're okay.
Yeah, thanks.
You've just seen Adam Christodoulou's Mercedes launch up the inside of the BMW there, going down towards La Source. Adam Christodoulou is 18th. Marcus Paltler in the BMW running in 6th place, but of course the Mercedes ran wide. BMW goes back ahead. The sister car, 66, is a long way down the order, of course, now. As I say, it's lost 6 laps, so Jörg Moller, who does occasionally have his red missed moments, has really scuppered the team's chances with that. It's a long pit stop, and to lose 6 laps under the safety car really means it could have been a whole lot worse. 4th and 5th, great little battle here. Benoit Trellier versus Nico Verdonk, and the Belgian driver is about to give the Le Mans winner a real workover.
Yes, he is. The Mercedes is all over the back of the Audi, up at Les Combes, then the run down, the drop down, looking to make a move down the inside, but it's not going to be an easy move. Trellier, he doesn't even have to block, he just is able to put his car in the middle of the road, and that means that there's no way through for the Mercedes. But Trellier is under pressure, and it's not going to go away.
It's good to see Nico Verdonk going so strongly, because he's been a stalwart Blancpain Endurance Series racer since the category started. He won at Navarra in its first year in a Ferrari 458, but he's been overlooked a little bit as all the other stars have come in, but he's still a very handy peddler. I know he's on home soil and he always goes well at Spa, but this is a good showing.
It's a very strong showing. And it's a strong car.
Yeah.
And, you know, as long as the rest of the field, as I say, can settle down, let the racing unfold. I mean, that move of Adam Christodoulou up the inside on the BMW was really marginal. It was a clean move, but it was so marginal that, you know, guys, you know, you've got another 20 hours of racing.
The Ferrari, just to go back to that drama, that last accident we talked about, it was poor old Andrew Danilov at the wheel, and Andrew has been another stalwart Blancpain racer, and he's had dramas in the past, a shunt at the Nürburgring, for example, in the bronze test, and it's a real shame because he's with a top team and has been developing, and another Ferrari in strife is at La Source. The car's about to rejoin, and it's 111, and that's got rear suspension damage,
yes,
and it's going to go to straight line.
It isn't, and there was damage up front, another car further down as a consequence of this. Looked like it got one wheel onto the dirt. That Ferrari is now going to sit there until it can be moved by the driver off the racetrack. He's going to drive against the flow of traffic. He's not going to try and rotate the car. I think the marshals are coming out advising him to drive off, go up to the top of the source. But, you know, drivers do not necessarily obey marshals when they are feeling they've got the chance to get the car back.
And the adrenaline's pumping. Steve Earle, the American, at the wheel of the car in the Gentleman Trophy, so broken suspension for that car. Right, let's go back to the battles, because there are still plenty of them. And what we're looking at, 4th and 5th, you see 4 and 5 on the windscreen, the Lumirank displaying their position. And in 4th place, Benoit Trellier. Behind him is Nico Verdonk. And these two absolutely together in the first sector. Verdonk much quicker, he's brought the gap down.
Yes, he catches up on the run up to Les Combes. In the middle sector of the circuit, I think maybe the Audi has got a slight advantage. But, you know, certainly plenty of intent coming from Nico Verdonk. Lights flashing, trying to, you know, just focus Trellier's mind rearwards. I think Benoit Trellier has got enough racing experience not to let that really get into his head.
Now another Audi with a problem and a punctured tyre. That's the Team Parker racing car, the Stuart Parker run team. That was the one that Carl Rosenblad was off the road in earlier on, and it's got another drama with a puncture, and it has got behind the wheel of it the man who owns the car and funds the team effectively, Ian Loggy, and that's going to be on a slow lap back to the pit lane.
Yes, it is, and keep out of the way, move offline, doesn't matter. Now side by side, coming into Fagner. One of the Boots and Chinon cars on the outside being overtaken, and that pass gets done.
So it's everybody's so feisty.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like an angry race at the minute.
I know what you mean. Even though the conditions, in theory, should be absolutely perfect, but we have had a huge amount of damage, as we've been talking about. And Andrew Howard, in that last incident in the Aston, you saw it catch a light as he smashed into the Ferrari. I mean, that's a big impact for Andrew, isn't it?
Well, it's a massive. Again, is it a left-hand drive car? Hard to remember. There's the Ferrari still trying to crab its way back to where it is. I think it's behind. Well, it must be behind the barriers at Stablo. There's a contact. That's what happened. There's the contact between the Audi and the Ferrari, and that's what broke the Ferrari suspension.
And the puncture for the Audi.
And the puncture for the Audi, indeed.
So there we are. You take the two bits and join them together. So that Ferrari limps on, and it's got to go the whole lap with that broken suspension, and it's going to be many laps down when it makes it back, if it makes it back, because it can barely go in a straight line. The car slides its way uphill, and this drifting contest that Steve Earle has entered, but there's the rather hastily made board saying come this way because there's a really slow car on the other side of the track. But if I were him, I would not want to be doing this.
I mean, it's a tricky situation. He's got to go a long way around this lap. He's just there at the exit of the radio area and a spin up at Lake Coombe. Dear me. I mean, this is speechless.
Right, let's try and see who 67 has been rotated by. It is Liam Talbot, I think I'm right in saying. No, I'll tell you a lie. It is Liam Lee Kyong, in fact, in that car.
Mercedes.
Yeah.
And I mean, now he's got the problem of, can I reverse back against the flow of traffic? Is the marshal going to try and push the car before the car pushes him? And there is the Audi finally back in, Lockie in the Audi. And there's going to be a driver change. So we'll get Lockie. And I'm not sure whether that is Julian Westwood or not.
The Team Parker Racing guys go to work. The car, Ian Loggy, Julian Westwood, Carl Rosenblad and Leo Michitsky as well, the Russian driver who had a really torrid time at the Red Bull Ring. I think he did about 3 laps last week before his BMW got turfed around and did some damage, so he's hoping for better fortune. But this is another team that's had to go through the pain in the first few hours with the car in the gravel and losing time, and now this. So you can do all the planning you want, you can do all the testing, but when you go racing, there are all these things outside of your control that are going to affect you.
You know, one of the things you get in professional teams is good team management, good team leadership. And you discuss pace, circumstance. Most of all, don't get involved in incidents. You know, okay, it's a 24-hour race with 20 hours and 12 minutes of it remaining. I understand at the highest level you're going to get professional racing drivers racing flat out.
Yeah.
But you know, there are other drivers out there who are not going to win the race. They're racing for their own individual category, but they don't need to do things which put them or other competitors into margins and jeopardy by just pinching somebody at a critical point.
Let me just throw something else at you. The team manager of car 111, which is that Ferrari with its broken suspension, is being summoned to race control. Now, just pretend for the moment you're the race director. What would you say to a team manager? Is this to suggest that tell your driver to get out of the way or park the car, or what would you do if you were running the race, John?
I think because the incident occurred literally at the beginning of the lap, there's a concern that that car making its way around the 7 kilometers of this racetrack is going to be a liability, and there's no guarantee that the car won't spin around. As we saw, I mean, it was crabbing down the straight. I mean, even the Russian judge in the panel here gave it 90 out of 100 for style. So I think that the race director might be asking the team manager of that car to come, and I don't know what the marshals at the corner were trying to do. They may well have been trying to say, forget it, retire the car. And if the driver chooses not to do so, then there may be a penalty and other issues to be discussed with the team manager.
Now we have the race leader on lap 73, but out of the race, Stefan Mucker, the Aston Martin he's driving, destroyed, but Stefan is with Ben.
Just clearing up a few stories down the pit lane, and Stefan Mucker, sadly, the 107 Aston Martin, out of the race. It looked like a scary shunt for Andrew Howard.
Yeah, it was not nice to see that. I think a car spun, he couldn't avoid it and hit it. But good thing is he is okay. He has some back pain, so he went to hospital for some checks. It looks like he is all right, so fingers crossed for that.
And the car looked very, very good when it was on pace.
Yeah, it was all right. I mean, I did a start stint, so moved up to P7 overall. I think P2 in class. So far it was running good. The car had the speed, had the pace, but it's a shame. A lot of accident happened on probably cold tires after restarts. Not good to see that, and I hope it all calms down now.
Well, there are 3 other Aston Martins still running. What can you add as the expert driver to the other Pro-Am teams?
I mean, they're doing a good job right now. Everybody is still running and they're doing good lap time, so let's see what they can do.
You'll stick around and help out?
Yeah, sure. We'll stay here for a while and then let's see.
And have some sleep.
Yes, exactly.
Thanks very much, Stefan.
Thank you.
I mean, we've just seen what I would describe as, I mean, and it's unfortunate we have to make the analogy, but that's an aircraft accident. I mean, literally what you saw, those cars, the speed that they impacted other cars, in excess of 120, maybe 30 miles an hour, and just unbelievable. The bits of the car, particularly the wheel suspension, flying through the air, uncontrolled. I mean, it makes me shudder. I mean, this is, I think, actually at the point where it's ridiculous.
Yes, I mean, Steve Earle, in fairness, is doing his best to keep out of the way, but there are parts of the circuit where he's got to go from one side of the track to the other. He is going to be in the way at some point, and his speed is so slow compared to everybody else's. It will get dangerous.
Yes, and the situation, you know, by having the wheels so badly out of line, then puts other components within the suspension and drivetrain under unnatural stresses. So it's never going to be a good situation. And here you're coming down into Fagnes, you know, frankly, great effort in one hand to get it back, but I just feel that it's marginal, and I would be happier seeing that car pulling off and being retired.
How much of that responsibility is down to the driver, or how much is down to the team manager looking at it to say, no, forget it?
I think the team manager or the team might be saying, bring the car back, we can repair it. Or the driver might be saying, I know I can get the car back if I can come back sufficiently slowly and keep the car pointing in some kind of straight line, then I'll bring it back. And of course we've still got 20 hours and 8 minutes of this race to go. They may not feature in the category they're in, but the object is to finish the race. But that object sometimes has got to be offset against the risk. And bearing in mind we've had 3 major incidents in this race within the first 4 hours, the last thing we want is another situation where a driver is blindsided, for example, and there's a car running at only 20-30 miles an hour. And that's why, personally, I think the car should be pulled over and retired.
I just saw another yellow flag being waved.
There's a yellow flag on the screen.
Yeah, but I was trying to work out for why, because I thought the 2 cars that we'd seen tangle there early on had now been dealt with, but we still have a yellow on that
section. May be for the Ferrari car 111. Just team manager just saying where it is. Well, it can't release on our timing and scoring screen.
From what we've seen, it should be sort of down in the 3rd sector by now.
Well, I would have thought it was in the area of what was Stavlo, the double right-hander that leads onto the climb back all the way up to the start-finish line. But so many cars all running together, and it was down at turn 14, which is Stavlo. It may have been pulled off because we're not seeing it on screen on our timing and scoring circuit map.
So therefore that yellow at La Source puzzles me. But in the meantime, let's just have a word about the race leader, because René Rast is now in. I think, Ben, this is your next target, please, to go and investigate why René Rast had that slow situation just before that last restart, which was 23 minutes ago. So he's pitted now to put Laurens Vanthoor into the car, but certainly something was peculiar about it, with the car slowing right down and then picking up speed once again. So that's the next thing to investigate if you can. So Laurens Vanthoor back at the wheel of number 1.
Quickest driver on the track at the minute is Alexander Sim, doing a 2:23, and the next fastest car was Stippler, but he's now, his last lap has been at 2:27. So there's just a lot of ebb and flow and catching traffic, and so. But the car that is running quickly is the Curiacos BMW.
Just a quick look at this battle. This is between number 2, Benoit Trellier. 77 is on his tail now, Marcus Palteler. And where has Nico Verdonk gone? Because he was splitting the 2 at the start of the lap. So he's shuffled out of the way for the moment. There's there the BMW onto the back. The Mercedes having worked its way up past the Audi. Nico Verdonk now pulling away. So Benoit Trellier being monstered by the BMW. heading up towards Blancpain. Car parked by the side road. Is that the Ferrari?
I think that was a Ferrari. It was a dark colour, and it most likely was the red of that Ferrari. Thank goodness it's pulled over. The car's not in a safe position. It needs to be removed to safety. Up into the bus stop chicane. Oh, and another incident. BMW again. Is that done at Fania, or is it some...
Might be campus, but it's the SRO Motorsports car 43. Eugenio Amos has binned it, the Roberto Ravaglia team car. Another one that is off the road. Dear, oh dear. Now that hopefully hasn't got too much damage. The marshals are there to try and push it out of the gravel, but that's going to need a snatch vehicle, surely.
Yeah, it's going to need it. I think he's managed just about to bring it to a stop with the aid of the tyre barrier, but the contact would have been relatively low speed. But the car is buried in the gravel, and it's got to be a snatch vehicle to be dispatched to pull that car, let it get back onto the circuit, come back to, as we see, Trullier in.
Yeah, driver change. So cycling through the drivers. We've touched on the fact that team managers are being summoned to race control to see the race director. This can be for a multitude of reasons. It may be to warn them of having done something wrong, not to do it again. It may be to tell the team manager to get a message to the driver, which in this case it could be. It can also be that they have transgressed and they are having to get a penalty, because normally that is to be signed for. There are bulletins that go to the teams. The stewards will apply a penalty. The team manager has to sign it. So normally it is something to do with the rules, let's put it that way, that a team manager has to go to see the race director. It's not always for his wrists to be slapped. Sometimes it's to communicate information, sometimes it's for a warning, sometimes it can be for a penalty. Questions that's been posed on that score. Right, back into the race goes number 2 Audi then. Of course, that's one of the good things that WRT is able to get year after year, is that garage at pit out.
Nice place to be. Either you ought to be in pit in. Of course, you've got in effect 2 pits in and 2 pits out, which is the anomaly of Spa, because of the number of cars that run in the 24-hour race. The current, what might be described as the Formula 1 pit, is not designed to take more than, 24 or 26 cars?
Indeed so. And if you go to the AF Corsa team, I tell you, it's like a Ferrari showroom, because you've got so many 458s in there, and it feels like half of Italy are in the garages as well, because there are so many mechanics and so many people milling around. It's quite a sight. Might have to send Ben in there with a camera late in the race, and he'll illustrate what I mean. You're riding with 77, Marcus Paltela. He's running in 4th place. BMW hopes now rest on 77, don't they, after the dramas to Jürg Müller earlier. Number 2, back into the race, Marcel Fassler at the wheel.
So he just makes his way onto the racetrack, and so Fassler trying to get up to speed. The Bentley runs past, but the Bentley, of course, running much further down the field. Both cars have had different problems. There was a damaged brake pipe on the number 7 car as a consequence of going through that incident. So that was another unscheduled pit stop they had to deal with. And of course, you lose your brakes, although you've got a dual master cylinder system on all race cars. If one system is completely gone down, all that happens is that the brake pedal pivots on the rocker, and you've got effectively very little braking from the system that is still functioning. And if you do get some sort of braking, usually you brake so heavily it locks up that, whether it be at the front or the back end of the car anyway.
Back on board with Paltela. He is on the lead lap. He's about a second back from Nico Verdonk, but in real terms he's about a minute and 10 seconds off the race lead. But with 20 hours to go, that doesn't really mean a great deal at the moment. That could all change, admittedly for the better or for the worse. That's the classification. Audi, Mercedes, BMW, Audi, Mercedes, BMW, and then Ferrari. And although it does say +1 lap in a number of cases, that is largely because the car has not yet clicked over the timing line, and when it does, of course, it confirms that he's on the lead lap. It's really where you see 2 laps that you start to get to the cars a lap down in real terms, and that's where 42 Ferrari can be found at the moment. Quite a long way down the order for that car.
So Adam Christodoulou squeezes by Marco Paltala, gaining a slight advantage as the Ferrari was reluctant to concede ground. So surely it's not 1-1-1.
I think it should be. Let's have a quick look.
It is.
He's done a fair job to drag it back.
Well, I wonder what the race directors or race stewards have said about this little episode. It looked as if the car had been pulled over and off the racetrack on the left-hand side on the exit out of the Paul Frere Coop. So they're going to have to push the car into the garage and get to work on that damaged rear corner.
It goes into the garage so more people can work on the car. You can have a limited number of people on the pit apron, and really that is only way you can do the tyre refueling and driver change stops, or any simple bit of work, like for example rip a piece of bodywork away. But if it's any serious work and you need lots of personnel, it's got to be off the pit apron into the box.
And quite rightly too.
Yeah, indeed.
So Paltella pushing hard.
Now that Mercedes is not being terribly helpful, is it? Because of course it's in the way of Paltella getting onto terms with Nico Verdonk.
And it's a quick car. I mean, Adam Christodoulou is a quick driver, and that's a quick car.
They're different Mercedes teams, just before you think this is any sort of team tactics. It's Black Falcon, for whom Adam Christodoulou drives. It's HTP Motorsport, for whom Nico Verdonk is driving. And as we touched on a little while ago, Verdonk's doing a pretty grand job here with the HTP car. He's driven a variety of machinery in Blancpain, Ferrari, McLaren, now Mercedes, going strongly. Pounding uphill once again. Race leader is Frank Stippler. He's on lap 77. Still intrigued to know what was going on for René Rast. So, as I say, I'm sure Ben is heading in that direction to go and find out about matters Audi for us. But in what has been a very, very destructive start to the race, we've lost a fair few already.
It's been an unexpectedly destructive start. I don't think I remember an endurance race of any duration that has just literally gone almost feral in the way that cars are being...
There's René Rast.
Not a particularly busy stint for you, lots behind the safety car, but just before the safety car came back in, it looked like you had a problem.
No, there was no problem actually. On start finish they showed a green flag. So everybody went, the safety car was gone. I followed the queue, and then someone said I overtook the safety car, but this was not the case. So I waited for the safety car again, but the safety car went in again. So I was alone. I was just a bit confused because they showed green on start finish, and then it was yellow again, and everybody was just confused. So I just slowed down to not gain an advantage.
It seems the gap is pretty good between yourself and your teammates in number 3 car behind.
Yeah, I didn't see the gap now, but yeah, I think it's over 20 seconds. It's still a long race, and yeah, we just have to avoid any mistakes.
The car's in the pits now, so I'll let you get on.
Thanks.
So Frank Stippler's car is the one in the background that's just come in. René Rast has given way to Laurens Vanthoor. So interesting that there was nothing wrong with the car. It was René doing the decent thing and backing off was not to gain a penalty, but strange that there should be a green flag at some point and a yellow at somewhere else straight after it. Anyway.
Well, I mean, he's confused about it, and clearly, you know, if he's the person who is the object of the confusion. And I mean, you're not meant to overtake the safety car, but obviously there's some doubt as to that he might have done, and he has clearly said, no, I didn't. What's happening here up in the bus stop? That's very, yes, it's again just getting an indication of the amount of load that goes into a race car. Suspension taking a pounding. If you clip the carb, of course the grip you generate from slick tyres and downforce, putting enormous loads into what is a production car suspension, and there's a certain amount of strengthening that you're permitted to do in any of these cars within the regulations. So compared to the road car, this is quite a different vehicle. Coming down the hill into Pujo. Suddenly the Bentley's diving down the inside as well.
And now the sun starts to set, so the drivers have a completely different view out of the front of the car, and you get to the point where you've got the sun in your eyes either late at night or early in the morning. So on a circuit like this, which is so physical, is there a real place around here, John, where you can actually have a sort of deep breath and relax for a couple of seconds, or is it work all the time?
Well, the Camel Straights, after you exited out of Radio, once you're on that, you've got about 8-10 seconds where you can catch your breath and look around the car, check any instrumentation that you might be concerned about, have a conversation with the pits, because very often the best place to do it is where you've got the most time to think. Whereas if you're going through Eau Rouge, the last thing you want is your team manager to come on and say, you like 1 or 2 lumps of sugar in your tea.
Now there's a fine sight for you. Look, a Porsche going strongly, and somebody's off at the bus stop, and that is the Santilok Audi that's second. Greg Gilbert has spun and spins again as he tries to recover. Malheureusement.
Yes.
And into the pits he comes, just ahead of Jürg Müller. Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
It's just going off every direction. Greg Gilbert just did a very good job. This is, of course, the car that I had thought might be a potential #1 winning car, and little incidents like that.
Yeah,
we didn't see the beginning of it. Whether there's someone else involved, hard to tell.
No damage as far as I can see. No, but Greg Gilbert bails out.
It may just be he was planning to come in, and suddenly just overcooked it coming into a bit too sharp and too aggressive on their turn in and got caught up.
And ironically, he'd just taken over the lead as well, because with number 3 pitting to give way back to Christopher Mies, so Gilbert led for a lap, but it'll now go back, will it not, to Edward Sandstrom on the rotation of the drivers. James Nash has not yet got into number 3. It's gone Mies for a double stint, Schnippler for a double stint, back to Christopher Mies for a double stint.
It's rather strange.
Yeah. Unless this is anything to do with using them as much as you can in the first 6 hours to try and get points, if they feel those two are quicker than James, because they're more experienced.
Yes,
in the car.
I mean, in fairness, they probably are in this particular car. Not necessarily in every race car,
no, indeed.
but within an Audi R8 they may well be. So it's hard for the two. Oh, come on, get it going. They're double stinting back to back, even at Spa, where it's a physical racetrack. You've got a bit of time here. There's the Camel Straight we were referring to as the point where you can catch your breath, but also because the ambient temperature has been high. I suppose maybe the only consolation is that because of these very long safety car interventions, it's not been physically or mentally as demanding as it would have been had it been a straight run through.
That is true. The most you can do in a stint, therefore one driver between pit stops, is 65 minutes, 70 if there is a safety car on track. Because if, for example, you timed to come in at the end of 65 minutes and suddenly a safety car is deployed, you go over the limit, so there has to be a bit of tolerance for that. And so that's why it's 65 minutes, bracket 70. 3 hours and 15 is the most you can do in one continuous run. So effectively triple stinting is the most you can do. In traffic here, Adam Christodoulou is trying to get himself up the order, and the BMW behind 77 is Marcus Paltela, who was second at the start of the lap but has now taken back the lead with 26 pitting. So for as long as this car stays on track, it will be the leader, but Marcus Paltela does not want to get caught up in all this silliness ahead of him, because Christodoulou is trying to work his way up past the BMW of TDS Racing, which eventually gets out of the way. The Merc goes through, the BM goes through, the Ferrari goes through. This is all a bit touch and go. Marcus Paltela goes for the inside, and Adam Christodoulou is not racing in for position, but he doesn't give him a vast amount of room. Paltela...
And he's going to have to get out of it, because there's no way he's going to go around the outside. He's had to come off the throttle and let the Mercedes. And again, a car that Christodoulou is running about 14th position, a lap down, and again, what is going on?
Now, is this down to the team manager to say that car is a lap ahead of you, let it go?
In my opinion, the team manager should say, don't get involved with 77. You're not racing it. All you're doing is just causing aggravation, potentially leading to an incident which could take both cars out through damage, or worse, the car could be retired.
So Marcus Paltela is the leader, being a bit delayed by Adam Christodoulou. He comes up alongside, but of course Adam Christodoulou doesn't want to just lift off, does he? Because he could lose out to the Ferrari behind. But Paltela's now getting a bit antsy about this, flashing the light, and you can understand why.
Fully. I mean, if I was in the same situation, I'd be going nuts. But the thing is, you've got to control your emotions, not let them run wild. And the danger is the Mercedes has got good straight line speed up to Les Combes. The BMW can't quite use the slipstream to its advantage. It's quicker around other bits of the racetrack, but not sufficiently quick to put himself into a position where he can take control of any of the parts of the racetrack. You can see just how much he runs the Mercedes down coming through Les Combes. Then that little bit of a sprint down to Bruxelles, the Mercedes is able to consolidate. Again, Paltela can do nothing about it. Best chance maybe if he gets a big run out of Bruxelles through this somewhat difficult off-camber right-hand corner, but again not close enough, so he's going to have to sit behind Christodoulou. Oh no, he's gone past Christodoulou's pulled over. The message, somebody's been watching and listening to the commentary and said, oh, that's a good idea, let's get our driver out of a battle. How many laps did he hold up?
I was going to say at least the best part of a lap fully, wasn't it, before we latched onto it. So it's not helped Marcus Paltela one bit. Right, let's find out about what's going on at Sainte-Lotte, because Greg Gilbert, who was leading the race and had that spin on his in lap, has been found by Ben Constanduras.
Greg, a very interesting way to bring the car into the pits. A little spin at the chicane and then brought it directly. Was the spin the reason for the pit stop, or you planning to come in anyway?
Yeah, no, it's a big mistake. It's my fault. I lose the rear because I want to touch and switch off the cable of the radio, and it's why I spin. I feel sorry for the team, but yeah, I feel better and better every lap. It's really not easy track, really dirty, lots of sleepy, and no, I feel sorry.
So you were expecting to come into the pits anyway?
Yes, of course, yeah, and I will do my best
during next in.
It must be really good fun to be fighting with the WRT cars at the moment for the overall victory.
Yes, of course. Lawrence did a really good job, a good start, but Edwards too. We are not so far to them. We will have good fun and fight with.
Good stuff, thank you.
Thanks.
What's also encouraging about all this is how Saint-Aloc as a team has made great strides, because it's been a regular team in French GT racing in Blancpain. It's not really, until this year, really clicked. And part of that, I think, is not just Greg Gilbert has developed, but they've got two good drivers along with him in Stefano Ortelli and Edward Sandstrom. But it's really good to see another team working its way up to the front of the grid.
Well, first of all, when you buy the Audi, you get it's a turnkey car. You get the instruction manual, the operating manual. The key is you've been given the goods. It's up to you then to get good people, the correct people, in your team to run the car appropriately. So you've got a winning car. If it's not winning, then there's a reason. As we look at the Ferrari, that is, I'm not sure whether Craig Lange is behind the wheel of that currently or not.
He's not, but Kenny Rugolo, yeah.
Okay, but he's in that car.
That's right.
Well, I took a big chunk of the interior. Oh, wow. Well,
you can tell that's me Kenny Rugolo, because that's being restrained by his standards.
So you get the car, you get the man. Oh, and he's gone off. The Ferrari's run way wide, and Pujo, but he's onto the tarmac and he gets back on again. And oh dear me. I mean, some of the worst driving in GT racing I've seen in the years I've been involved, and just either concentration or just, maybe as Gilbert was saying, the track is very dirty, it's dusty, so you get slightly offline, your tires get choked with the rubber, the dust, and then of course you lose all your grip.
That green Ferrari that just ran wide, I should point out, he's being driven by Vadim Kogai at the moment. Who,
our friend.
His name is vaguely familiar from an earlier race, and I hesitate to remember why. 52, Michele Rugolo then, pounds on. He's currently 4th in Pro-Am. That class is being led by Richard Abra in the MP Motorsports Aston Martin after Joe Osborne's last stint in the car. And second in Pro-Am is number 12, the TDS BMW of Henry Hassid, and then third is that there Porsche just going through the shot, which has now got Lucas Lasserre at the wheel. So this is a fight for third in class between the Porsche and the Ferrari, which comes out of the bus stop on the back of the French former single-seater racers. So they go through now with a fifth of a second between them, and Michele Rugolo goes for the inside line, picks up the place. Easy peasy.
Yeah, I mean, that was a classic overtake, and there was no resistance from the Porsche, and in most respects I didn't expect to see much defense, because it's a long race, 19 hours and 47 minutes to go. You know, you fight for a corner for the last fraction of an inch, you get contact, broken suspension, punctured tire. There's a point at which you've got to give up honourably rather than fight and then end up causing incident, damage, whatever, and that was a case in point. Good judgment by the Porsche.
Michele Rugolo is another of those Ferrari drivers that will do any championship any weekend and go strongly. He was a class winner with Matt Griffin and Duncan Cameron last week at the Red Bull Ring in the ELMS. Drafted in this weekend to drive the AF Corsa car along with, among others, in fairness, Craig Lowndes, because there's also Steve Wyatt and Andrea Piccini, former winner of the event himself in the car. There is 77, which is Marcus Pouncillor, the race leader. As I said a little while ago, BMW and Mark VDS hopes rest upon this car now. 66 is now still 7 laps down, thanks to the earlier dramas. Maxime Martin is now behind the wheel of that car. It can buy its way back up the order, but it's never going to be a podium finisher, having lost so much time early on.
No, and safety cars are not going to help it either.
You might get a lap back, you might get 2 if a car ahead has a problem as well, but you're never going to get 7 or 8